Chapter 206. She checked. It is a new company, but the scale is very large, the development momentum is strong. According to her estimation, in another 2 or 3 years, it can jump to the top 3 of Flozan City's jewelry industry. But that is not important. She is now forced into a dead end. As long as it is not asking her to wash the toilet, she is willing to do anything. The next day, she woke up early in the morning, arrived at the company. The female secretary brought her into a conference room. "Wait a moment, the interviewer will be here soon." "Thank you." Last night she prepared until midnight, only slept for 2 hours. Her spirit is very excited, but her face is very haggard. Gao Zhuqing took out a mirror to touch up her makeup. While touching up, a figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. Gao Zhuqing's eyes suddenly widened, shocked that the mirror fell to the ground, stood up and turned to look. "How come it is you?" The man in front of her is wearing a pair of glasses, a somewhat serious look, but his facial features are exquisite to the extreme, like a man who walked out from a painting. His skin is also white to the point of jealousy. But Gao Zhuqing is like a fighting cock. Her whole body entered a state of alert, clenching her fists. After a moment of shock, it is replaced by resistance and disgust. He indifferently looked at her, the corner of his mouth holding a faint smile. "Zhuqing, long time no see." "Shut up. You are not worthy to call my name." Gao Zhuqing, emotional, questioned. "This is a trap set by you, right? Causing me to be fired, and even letting the magazine to blacklist me, just to force me here." "It is not me. It is you, only you can be so despicable." Gao Zhuqing is too clear. Gu Qinghan is only a gentle and harmless appearance, but is a very deep man. If he wants to do something, he will do it at any cost, by any means. "It really is not me." Gu Qinghan strolled over, sitting on the sofa, 2 slender legs, very eye-catching. "But, I know this matter, and also know who you have offended." Gao Zhuqing rolled her eyes. "Stop looking for scapegoats. Speaking of despicable and shameless, if you, Gu Qinghan, claim to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. Gu Qinghan didn't mind. "Oh, then it'll be me. Anyway, you can't afford to offend that person." He took a sip of tea, still looking calm and collected. "You think I'll believe you just because you say that? I'm not stupid. It doesn't matter who it is. Perhaps I should thank him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing in front of me. Back then, you swore that you would never touch jewelry design again. But now, you're here to apply for a job, and you're applying to my company. If I knew it was your company, I would never step into it. Isn't your business in Baiyun City?" "What?" "The company closed down. Running away to Flozan City to open a small company. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The company is doing well, I'm doing well. Mom is doing well too." Gao Zhuqing was so angry that his whole body trembled as if he had been stabbed by a needle. "That's your mother. It has nothing to do with me. Zhuqing, don't talk to me about family. I was an orphan the day my father passed away. I have no relatives in this world. She is nothing to me. Also, since your goal has been achieved, you can continue to live a happy life as a family of 4. I don't need your pity. Especially yours, it makes me sick." Gu Qinghan propped himself on the sofa and pinched his eyebrows. "You're still the same as before. 3 years, you haven't changed at all. Not to mention 3 years, even if it's 30 years, I'll still have the same attitude when you come to me. I just want to help you. I'm not your enemy. Isn't that so?" Gao Zhuqing retorted sarcastically. "Then why do I curse you every day? It's normal for a man to be a bit despicable. But after playing those dirty tricks and still pretending to be a gentleman, it's too disgusting. Gu Qinghan, can you have some face? You still remember my birthday? Hee hee. I'll remember your Memorial Day even more clearly. You're still so sharp-tongued. Gu Qinghan smiled. He wasn't angered at all. Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about work. Talk my ass. I have nothing to talk about with you. I'm your only hope now. Don't you want to please me? You need at least 10,000 a month. Don't you know it's illegal to secretly investigate others? I'm just concerned about you. Even though I've been in Baiyun City for the past 3 years, I know your every move very well, including every job you do, who you know, who you get along with, who you have conflicts with, and what kind of grievances you have suffered. I know it all. What does my business have to do with you? By the way, let me remind you, don't get too close to Shi Shujing. Gao Zhuqing found it funny and couldn't help but roll his eyes a few times. Who are you? It's none of your business. I don't need you to worry about me. I don't like you talking dirty. Do I beg you to like me? Do I want you to like me? I can't wait for you to hate me and stop pestering me. Gao Zhuqing's words were like a machine gun. Every word was loud and clear. So what if you don't like me? I still don't like you. Why don't you go die? Zhuqing. You don't deserve to call my name. Gao Zhuqing picked up her bag and was about to leave. But Gu Qinghan's legs were long. He took a few big strides and grabbed her wrist. It's been 3 years. There's no need to be at daggers drawn every time we meet. Let's talk. Let go, as if she was entangled by something disgusting. Gao Zhuqing pushed him away. Don't touch me. You need this job now. I'd rather sleep on the streets. I don't need your charity. But can I bear to see you sleep on the streets? My concern for you is definitely not insincere. Gu Qinghan didn't have much strength. He just didn't let her break free. If you don't want to see me, I can leave. As long as you stay with the job. Or, I can introduce you to another job. How noble, how thoughtful, young Master Gu. It's good to be rich. Back then when my father died, you also told me that I could choose any of the most expensive graves in Flozan City. Now it's like this again. Do you think it's noble to bury someone after they've killed him? But don't forget who destroyed our family. Gu Qinghan frowned. Working in your company is no different from killing me. I don't need your charity. If you have a lot of money, donate it to charity or throw it into the sea. But I won't take a penny from you. You're too stubborn. Gu Qinghan exerted a little force. You always think of me and Mom so badly. But look at you now. You can't even find a job. You're so haggard. You're torturing yourself. You're also torturing us. Torturing you. Ha, I don't have that ability. If I don't have to go to jail for murder, I'll chop you up. Zhuqing, let go. Gao Zhuqing clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. That strong hatred made Gu Qinghan feel powerless. He was willing to do anything to keep her. But in the end, he could only let go. Pa, Gao Zhuqing slapped his face. His glasses flew away. 5 scarlet finger marks were left on his face. Gu Qinghan could of course dodge. But he didn't. This slap is your reward for scheming against me and pestering me. We have nothing to do with each other. Next time you see me, make a detour. With that, he rushed out of the door. Gu Qinghan closed his eyes. His heart was filled with helplessness. Si Wenqin returned home from work. His and Shi Shujing's home. Thinking of this, his mouth unconsciously raised into a smile when he opened the door. As soon as he entered, the aroma of food assailed his nostrils. He leaned on the porch, silently watching Shi Shujing busy. She had a floral scarf on her head. Wearing a Winnie the Pooh apron, she was cooking. Her movements were very skillful. Under the light, even the thin layer of sweat on her face seemed so gentle and beautiful. Si Wenchen enjoyed this warm and comforting feeling. He himself couldn't tell what kind of charm she had. But she gave him a strong feeling of heartbeat and sense of security that other women couldn't give. So, this kind of unique woman, he must keep her by his side no matter what. Walking over, he hugged her from behind. "You're back. Ann. Don't kiss me. My neck is all sweaty. I like the smell of your sweat. It smells good." "How can sweat smell good?" "You go out first. There's too much smoke in the kitchen. The smell is too choking. I don't want to go. I want to be with you." Si Wenchen hugged her like a big koala and followed her everywhere, making it very inconvenient for Shi Shujing. "In the past, I couldn't wait to work 24 hours a day. But now, even when I'm working, I always look forward to going home. When I think of you, I want to drop everything and immediately rush back to your side." "That won't do. If Ocean Group's performance declines, won't I become a sinner? If I can only choose between a country and a beauty, then I'll definitely choose a beauty." Shi Shujing shrank his neck. "I don't think I'm that beautiful, am I?" "Who said you aren't? In my eyes, you're the most beautiful woman in the world. Otherwise, why would I be so infatuated with you and think about you all the time? I have to force myself not to think about you, or else I won't be in the mood to work. You must have poisoned me. I don't have that ability. I'm just a rice worm now. My ability to earn money is zero. I'm counting on you to work hard and earn money to support the family." Wife, Wife, How about we stay like this for the rest of our lives? Forever together. Okay. Time passed quietly just like that. When the dishes were almost ready, Shi Shujing pushed Si Wenchen to change his clothes. He entered the room and inadvertently saw that the screen was a job website. His eyes flickered slightly. During the meal, Si Wenchen asked, "Have you been bored staying at home every day for the past half a month?" "No. Don't I often visit my mother? Moreover, although it seems like there's nothing much to do, there's a lot of housework. Cleaning, washing, cooking, shopping, and decorating. In fact, the day passes very quickly. I like that you can eat as soon as you get home. But you still want to go out to work, don't you?" Shi Shujing bit his lower lip and did not deny it. Chapter 207. The injury on my back is almost healed. I don't need special care. After all, this is not a doll's house. I don't want to trap you at home. You are still so young and ambitious. You should go out to work and do what you like. Can I really? Of course. Si Wenchen touched her face. You don't have to consider me for everything. You should have your own ideas. Do what you want to do. I will support you. Thank you, Wenchen. You are so good to me. But I want you to work in Ocean Group. Shi Shujing was surprised. That's not good, is it? Now that everyone knows about our relationship. Will it be inconvenient? It's precisely because everyone knows that we're together openly that no one will say anything about us. But they will think that I got in through the back door. No matter how you got in, as long as you can show your ability, no one can say anything. The ones who will really be criticized are those who are incompetent. Your work ability is very outstanding, and I believe in you. Of course, out of selfishness, I also hope that you can stay close to me so that I can see you more often and protect you. Shi Shujing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. Since you will be my boss in the future, I have to please you. Shi Shujing picked up a big chicken leg and put it in his bowl. CEO, please enjoy. You want to dismiss me with such a chicken leg? Then I am too casual as the CEO. I am not such a casual person. If you want to please me, perform well in bed tonight. Shi Shujing answered him with 2 words. Bastard. Shi Shujing submitted a resume to Ocean Group that night. Within 2 days, she received an interview call. As expected, as soon as she entered the company's lobby, she attracted everyone's attention. They secretly pointed at her. She was more eye-catching than an international superstar. The person who interviewed her was the project manager, Chen Ru. Shi Shujing had met her before and admired her ability. After all, she had worked in one of the top 10 foreign construction companies. She was a very outstanding woman. She asked some questions and Shi Shujing answered them fluently. I've heard about some of the projects you've taken over at Blue Sky. You're completely qualified for the position of manager's assistant, but there's one thing I have to make clear. I'm a person who separates public and private interests. I didn't call you here for an interview because of your relationship with the CEO, and I can't give you special treatment because of that. On the contrary, I have to strictly ask you to keep a distance from the CEO and the company, so that some rumors don't affect your work. What I need is someone who is 100% dedicated to work, not here to date. Do you understand? I understand. This is the best. I will use my actions to prove that you didn't choose me wrongly. Don't speak too early. Whether you have the ability or not, you will know in the future. Also, I am in charge of the Blue Sky project, so you will inevitably have to deal with them. Is that okay? No problem. Since she had chosen to work here, Shi Shujing was mentally prepared to show the most professional attitude. Everything in Blue Sky had long become the past. In order not to attract attention, Shi Shujing deliberately avoided the peak of the crowd and went to the staff cafeteria to eat. She didn't expect that there would still be a lot of people when she went to buy food. When she was buying food, the waiters kept staring at her. She chose a seat by the side and lowered her head, but she could still feel the eyes from all directions, as if she was a gorilla in a zoo being visited. Low voices of discussion came from behind her. They thought that their voices were very soft, but they all reached her ears. That's Shi Shujing. That's right. I've watched that video more than 10 times. It's definitely her. She's really brave. She just resigned from Blue Sky and she jumped ship to our company. Isn't that too high profile? She has the CEO to protect her. What's there to be afraid of? Sigh. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Isn't her luck too good? The CEO is so handsome and rich. Why did he choose her, a divorced woman? TSK, so there really are fairy tales in reality. It's even worse than idol dramas. Aha! I think she's just average looking. At most, she can be considered average. Why should she? Let's wait and see what she's capable of. Shi Shujing was used to being defamed, so she was already used to it. Moreover, compared to those gossipy women in Blue Sky, these were considered polite. CEO. CEO is here. Shi Shujing looked over. Si Wenchen walked over, surrounded by the executives and secretaries. They were reporting on their work. He nodded from time to time and gave 1 or 2 instructions. He didn't put on any airs, but his aura was strong. From the expressions of the executives, it could be seen that their respect for him was not just because of his identity, but because they were sincerely convinced of his ability. A man with outstanding ability was worthy of respect and worship. He was sitting quite a distance away from her, but when he saw her, he nodded slightly and a smile appeared on his lips. Others might not notice this, but Shi Shujing saw it all, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Her man, even in the crowd, was the most eye-catching one. It was as if he was born with a halo, firmly attracting everyone's attention. The sunlight danced through his hair, blurring his silhouette, but he was unbelievably handsome like a sculpture. The well-tailored suit wrapped around his well-built body, serious and cold. It was so unattainable, but it contained a crazy charm. Shi Shujing's heart was trembling, and her body was soft. During this period of time, they were together every day, and she was used to the gentle Si Wenqin. There was no sense of distance between them, and they were very close. But in the company, he seemed to have returned to the altar, high up and out of reach, like an emperor, which made her exclaim in her heart. Was this intelligent and far-sighted man who wielded great power and commanded the world really her boyfriend? It felt so unreal. Shi Shujing's face was dreamy, and she was completely in a state of infatuation. As for Si Wenqin and the others, they ate quickly and left in less than half an hour. They had agreed not to greet each other at the company, but Shi Shujing was still a little disappointed. After the meal, she had just taken a few steps when she suddenly received a text message. Si Wenqin said that he was waiting for her at the stairs. She suppressed her excitement and slowed down. When she was out of sight, she jogged over. The moment she opened the door, she was embraced and pressed against the wall. The intense kiss assaulted her forcefully, making her dizzy and disoriented. Two strong hands pinned her hands against the wall. His strong body pressed against hers like a ferocious beast, as if he wanted to squeeze all the air out of her chest. She tried her best to keep up with the rhythm of the storm, intertwining with him. When the kiss ended, they were both panting. Si Wenqin still felt that it was not enough, and he nibbled on her lips a few more times before he stopped. Shi Shujing's lips were stained with blood, and she pouted coquettishly. "Are you a dog? Why do you like to bite people so much?" Si Wenqin pressed his lips against hers, panting heavily, and his eyes were red. "Not only do I want to bite you, I want to eat you. We are in the company, I know. Otherwise, it will not be solved by a kiss. Why are you still thinking about this when you are working?" "I am thinking about you all the time." Si Wenqin pinched her chin and looked into her eyes with a burning gaze. It was as if he could ignite her. "I am very excited at the thought of you being near me. I can't wait to see you immediately. Come and be my secretary, how about it?" Shi Shujing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you have to be like this? I have already caused a big sensation when I come to work here. If I become your secretary, who knows what others will say about me? They will probably say that I am your little sweetheart. You don't want others to say that, right?" Si Wenqin smiled, and there was a kind of evil charm. "This is my company. If they dare to say anything else, get lost. Don't you know that distance makes the heart grow fonder? You see each other in the company and at home, 24 hours a day. You will soon get tired of each other. Uncle C, have you not been in a relationship before? Do you not understand these rules? I don't need to understand those things. Whatever I say, it is what it is. This is my, Si Wenqin's rule, understand?" Si Wenqin touched her face. "Good. How do you feel on your first day at work?" "Chenru is not bad, and the colleagues are easy to get along with. After all, I have just started working, and the main thing is to familiarize myself with the business. If anyone dares to cause trouble for you, tell me, and I will deal with it. Am I that weak? I have not just entered society, and I will be laughed at if I report to my boyfriend." Shi Shujing smiled. "You should have confidence in your woman. I am not a soft persimmon, and I will not be bullied by anyone. Besides, who dares to bully the future wife of the CEO? Isn't that courting death? It's almost time. I have to go back to work. You too, work hard at work. Don't be full of dirty thoughts." Shi Shujing tidied up his hair and tie. "As long as I think of being in the same place with you, I feel very happy." She smiled sweetly. "Thank you for making me so happy." Si Wenqin only hugged her lightly, but he was incomparably grateful to the heavens for allowing her to come into his life, filling the emptiness in his heart, warming his heart, letting him know that loving someone could actually bring him such happiness. Shi Shujing worked for a week, and everything went smoothly. First, although Chenru was strict, she was clear about public and private matters and never made things difficult for her. As her assistant, she did learn a lot. Second, the colleagues in the office were easy to get along with. Most importantly, she and Si Wenqin were in the same company. Every time she thought about it, she always felt like falling in love when she was in school. Her heart palpitated and she smiled unconsciously. Chenru went on a business trip, and a colleague told Shi Shujing. An important business partner came to Blue Sky, and the manager said that you will receive him. The tone was a little strange, and Shi Shujing could roughly guess who it was. Sure enough, when he pushed the door open and entered, Su Zhixian was sitting there. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how tricky Su Zhixian was, it was easier to deal with her than to deal with Qin Baiyuan. Chapter 208. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, Su Zhixian said sarcastically. She put on airs, but she couldn't hide the jealousy and hatred in her eyes. I know you are thick-skinned, but I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. You just left Blue Sky and jumped to Ocean Group so soon. Shi Shujing took his seat and smiled. He was able to overcome a great burden with little effort. It's a job anyway. Isn't it the same everywhere? That's not the way to put it. Humans have a face, and trees have a bark. Aren't you afraid of people talking about you? I'm single now and working in my boyfriend's company. What's there to talk about? As for the problem of face, when you were the third party between me and Qin Baiyuan, you didn't mind people calling you an interloper, did you? Su Zhixian must be very unhappy to be counterattacked. She was about to stand up and scold him back, but she held back and clenched her fingers so hard that her nails were almost broken. The person she hated the most in her life was Shi Shujing. She hated him for occupying the position of Mrs. Qin, and now she hated him for occupying the most important position in Qin Baiyuan's heart. If it weren't for the fear of going to jail, she would have hired a killer. Su Zhixian retorted sarcastically. Be more respectful. I'm going to be Mrs. Qin soon. What interloper? You know it best. There's no need to be so agitated. It's normal to have a dark history. Is this how you comfort yourself when you betray me? Shi Shujing looked as if it didn't matter. I don't think you are here to quarrel with me. Let's talk about cooperation. A strange look flashed across Su Zhixian's eyes and she crossed her legs. I'm thirsty. Get me some water. Didn't the secretary make coffee? I'm pregnant now, and you want me to drink coffee. Are you trying to hurt me? You are so vicious. I want milk. Go buy it. This is not a restaurant, and I'm not a waiter. Do you really think you are a manager? You're just a small manager's assistant now, and I'm your important business partner. Just do what I say. It seemed that if he didn't buy it, there was no way to talk about it. Shi Shujing had to stand up. I want you to buy it yourself, or I won't drink it. Shi Shujing went to the staff cafeteria to buy milk. In order to prevent Su Zhixian from making things difficult for him, he bought a box with all kinds of flavors, but she just looked at him coldly. Are you deaf? I am a pregnant woman. How can I drink ice? There is only ice in the restaurant. Then go to the supermarket. There must be something. Zhixian, said Shi Shujing. It's already 3:00. I think we should hurry up and talk about cooperation. Otherwise, it will be very late. It, she said. Be that you. That you are the company. That. I know you hate me, and I don't like you very much, but as a manager, can't you show a professional attitude and make a clear distinction between public and private? Sure, Shujing knew that it was like playing the lute to a cow. Sure enough, Su Zhixian was still unwilling to give up. I told you to buy it, so do it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Sure, Shujing didn't want to argue with her, so he went to the shop downstairs to buy some milk that was not cold. But Su Zhixian changed her mind. You are too slow. I don't want to drink it anymore. I want to drink orange juice, the freshly squeezed kind, with the orange flesh removed. So much. How can I remove it? That's your problem. Su Zhixian did this and that, and Shi Shujing went up and down dozens of times, which annoyed her. I say, have you had enough? It's time to stop. Just take it as accumulating good karma for the child in your belly. You still have the face to mention the child? Su Zhixian's eyes were burning. If it weren't for you, my first child with Qin Baiyuan wouldn't have been aborted. Yes, you didn't push me downstairs, but it was because you occupied the position of Mrs. Qin that Qin Baiyuan forced me to abort it. Is it interesting to keep talking about the past? You want to be Mrs. Qin, and now you have achieved your goal. Don't keep pestering me. I have no interest in Qin Baiyuan. You pestered him if you have no interest. Last time when he was having dinner with my family, you seduced him at that time. Didn't you deliberately embarrass me? I know women like you too well. One Mr. C can't satisfy you, so you want to have a foot in two boats. Because of you, Qin Baiyuan pushed me, and I almost lost this child. Qin Baiyuan pushed you, not because of me, but because he hated you for threatening him. No man can stand your dirty means. I'm dirty. You used his father to pressure him to marry you. Wasn't that dirty? I really don't want to talk to you. You've made enough trouble. Now let's talk about the cooperation. Shi Shujing stuffed the documents to Su Zhixian, but she threw them away. For a moment, the documents flew everywhere and were all over the floor. A bitch like you doesn't deserve to talk about cooperation with me. I'm here to make trouble. Sorry, I can't keep you company. Shi Shujing turned around and left, but Su Zhixian stepped forward and grabbed his hair. Don't think about leaving. Let go. Let go, bitch, vixen, shameless. I'm not done with you, you're crazy, let go. Shi Shujing didn't dare to push her, and could only twist his body to struggle. Qin Baiyuan pushed the door open and saw this scene. He rushed up and pulled Su Zhixian away. Let go. Have you made enough trouble? You pushed me again. Su Zhixian was furious. Her face was red with anger, and she was agitated like a fighting cock. You came here in such a hurry because you're afraid that I'll teach her a lesson. Do you care about her so much? I don't want you to be crazy here. Qin Baiyuan looked at Shi Shujing with concern. Her eyebrows were knitted together. It was very painful, and her scalp was about to be torn off by this crazy woman. I'm crazy. What's wrong with me teaching a vixen a lesson? She slapped me last time. Slap her back. Su Zhixian screamed and ordered. Stop it. I still have something on you. Do you want those photos to be leaked out? That's enough. Come with me. I won't go. Su Zhixian forced her hand out of Qin Baiyuan's grasp. If you don't hit her today, I'll expose those photos. I mean it. Su Zhixian. Crazy, Shi Shujing left quickly. Don't think of leaving, vixen. Su Zhixian chased her outside. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he started fighting with Shi Shujing. Everyone was watching her make a scene. Shi Shujing's hair was grabbed by her again, and he couldn't get rid of it. Let go, Su Zhixian shouted like a shrew. All of you, look carefully. This bitch betrayed you when you were with Qin Baiyuan. She seduced your CEO. Now she seduced him, and now she's entangled with her ex-husband. Disgusting vixen, aren't you very coquettish? Today, I'm going to take off your clothes, and let everyone see how cheap you are. Everyone was stunned to see this farce. Some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Qin Baiyuan was furious. He grabbed Su Zhixian's arm and pulled it away. He gave her a slap and roared. Have you been crazy enough? That slap was so loud and heavy that Su Zhixian was stunned. She turned her head inch by inch. You hit me for her again. Look at you, baiting people like a mad dog. What do you look like? You're not afraid of losing face, but don't hurt others. In the end, you just love her, but I'm your wife. She's just a bitch who betrayed you in marriage. Why are you still protecting her? Su Zhixian cried. There were 5 finger marks on her face. It was extremely sarcastic. It's none of your business who I love. Come with me. I won't. Don't you love her? Let's see if you still love her if you destroy her face. Su Zhixian grabbed a cup of hot tea and splashed it at Shi Shujing. Be careful, Qin Baiyuan hugged her and blocked it with his body, but some of the tea still splashed on their hands. Are you okay? Qin Baiyuan didn't care about his scalded hand. He grabbed Shi Shujing's hand in a hurry. When he saw that the back of his hand was scalded red, his heart was about to be torn apart. You actually did this for her. I won't allow you to care about her, I won't allow. Su Zhixian rushed to pull him away. Go away. If you want to behave atrociously, do you also have to choose the target? A gloomy and cold voice sounded. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became a few degrees lower, and the staff all moved away. Si Wenchen walked over. His handsome figure and serious facial features made people shudder. Everyone was not in the mood to watch a good show. Instead, they were frightened. They felt that the atmosphere was so depressing and suffocating. Shi Shujing broke away from Qin Baiyuan's hand and walked to Si Wenchen's side. His heart instantly hurt even more. Si Wenchen glanced at the burn on the back of Shi Shujing's hand. He frowned and his facial features tightened. His sharp eyes fell on Su Zhixian, as if he wanted to cut her into pieces. This is Ocean Group. You're making trouble here. Are you tired of living? I'm sorry, Mr. C. We'll leave now. Qin Baiyuan wanted to drag Su Zhixian away, but she refused to let him go. You must be blind to fall for this kind of woman. She's a bitch. She betrayed Qin Baiyuan when she was with him. Now she's hooking up with you and seducing him. Don't be fooled by her. My woman, do you think you know better than me? I've always been a person who doesn't offend me. But if you dare to mess with my woman, don't think about leaving so easily today. Shi Shujing pulled his arm and shook his head, signaling him not to do so. Su Zhixian was a little afraid, but she pretended to be arrogant. I hit her. What do you want? Kneel down and apologize to her. You want me to kneel down to her? Su Zhixian seemed to have heard a big joke. Don't even think about it. Then, I'll immediately terminate the cooperation between Ocean Group and Blue Sky. Qin Baiyuan's face paled. After Qin Yuning fell ill, there were many problems in the company. Many shareholders took the opportunity to stir up trouble. It was already very difficult for him to control it. If the cooperation fell through at this time, it would bring a huge blow to him. He might even be unable to stabilize his position as CEO. Of course, Su Zhixian also knew the pros and cons. Her expression changed slightly, but she still stubbornly raised her chin. Chapter 209. Those billions, I can still afford to lose, but can Blue Sky afford it? In addition, I am also quite interested in Ruetong. Buying it is as easy as flipping my hand. Don't touch Ruedong, Su Jixin anxiously said. It's my fault, you're coming for me. Isn't it boring to come for you? Isn't it more painful to torture the people around you? You're a man, you can't be so despicable. If using despicable means can protect my woman, then I will do even more despicable things. I will only give you 3 seconds, think about it yourself, Mr. C. Qin Baiyuan tried to stop him, but at this moment, his words were powerless. Su Jixin bit her lips, the hatred on her face gradually turned into shame, grievance, and her eyes were red. For a moment, she had the urge to perish together with Shi Shujing. She hated so much, hated that all men were bewitched by her, hated that she only loved Qin Baiyuan, wanted to protect her feelings. What did she do wrong? Why did he humiliate her in front of everyone? Si Wenqin coldly smiled. 3, 2, 1. A group of staff looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, intimidated by Si Wenqin's imposing manner, coupled with nervousness. They did not even dare to breathe. Su Jixin closed her eyes, mournfully wanting to kneel. Forget it. At this time, Shi Shujing shouted, and pulled Su Jixin. It's already ugly enough, you can leave. Su Jixin fiercely glared at her. I don't want your hypocrisy, don't tell me you want to kneel. Shi Shujing glanced at Qin Baiyuan, he pulled Su Jixin and was about to leave. Stop. Today, Shi Shujing pleaded, that's why I let you go. If there's a next time, I will make Ruedong completely disappear from Flozan City. The deep warning, word by word, resounded throughout the entire office, as if covered with a layer of frost. As soon as they walked out of the building, Qin Baiyuan shook off Su Jixin. She was so scared that her legs were weak. He suddenly let go of her, staggered, and almost fell. However, Qin Baiyuan didn't even look at her and strode forward. Su Jixin had to get up and chase after him. Wait for me. Panting, she caught up with the car and glared at Qin Baiyuan angrily. What kind of attitude is that? Qin Baiyuan's face also turned livid. What kind of attitude should I have? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough just now? What did I do wrong? The fault lies in the fact that you men are blind to protect that bitch. Don't call me B*TCH, shut your mouth. Shi Shujing didn't do anything bad to you. On the contrary, it was you who repeatedly harmed her. If it weren't for her, you would have knelt down in front of so many people. You still dare to mention what happened just now? Ha! You're so arrogant in front of me now, but why didn't you dare to fart in front of Mr. C just now? Coward! I really don't know why I fell for you in the first place. I'm really blind. Then get lost and don't pester me anymore. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about getting rid of me in this lifetime. Even if I go to hell, I'll drag the two of you with me. Su Jixin sneered, her eyes were vicious and poisonous. Shi Shujing was like a child who had done something wrong. He followed Si Wenqin into the office. He gestured for her to sit on the sofa and took out the medical kit. This isn't very good. People are watching. I'd better go back first. Sit properly. Si Wenqin reprimanded her and pressed her down on the sofa with a gloomy face. Who doesn't know our relationship now? Is there any meaning in lying to yourself? Whenever he pulled a long face, Shi Shujing's heart would tremble. Are you angry? No. But I think you... Before she could finish her words, her hand was pulled by him and touched the scalded area. She cried out in pain. You know pain. I thought you didn't know. Si Wenqin applied some burn ointment on her wound. Looking at her fair skin that was scalded red, his heart ached terribly. Who doesn't feel pain when scalded? Shi Shujing was a little sad. You know I'm in pain, but you still used so much force. If I didn't use force, would you learn a lesson? She bullied you like this, but you still helped her. Who do you think you are? Saint? Do you think it's great to return good for evil? I didn't. Shi Shujing shrank her neck and muttered with grievance. I also want to take revenge, but she's pregnant. I'm worried about her child. Their child isn't any good either. Don't be like this. Just blame the adults. The child is innocent. In this regard, Si Wenchen simply could not understand her. You're thinking of her, but will she be grateful for your kindness? She will only think that you're hypocritical and stupid. She'll hurt you even more. Don't I still have you, but I can't stay by your side all the time. What if something happens? This was what made Si Wenchen the most angry. He was also angry with himself. He was afraid that he couldn't protect her. He was afraid that she was too kind and would always be bullied. I know what you're thinking, and I'm also very touched. But I'm really not as weak as you think. I can take care of myself. If you can take care of yourself, that kind of thing won't happen. I'm not asking you to be ruthless, but this society is too sinister. If you're not ruthless, you'll be tricked by others. I hope you can remember this. Shi Shujing listened quietly and finally held his hand gently. I'll remember. Because of you, I cherish my life more than ever, and I'm stronger than ever. I won't let anyone hurt me. I don't want you to be distressed and worried. All the depression in his chest slowly disappeared in her gentle voice. Si Wenchen couldn't be angry at all. His tense face relaxed like melting ice. He touched her head. It's good that you remember. So, you're not angry anymore. I'm not angry with you. I'm just distressed. Look at your hand, it's so hot. Shi Shujing stuck out his tongue. It's okay now. It's just a small piece. It will disappear soon. Fortunately, Qin Baiyuan helped me block it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You're touched. It's just a normal gratitude. You won't be jealous again, right? Shi Shujing smiled and coaxed. How can he be compared to you? If there's a next time, I'll make Ruidong disappear from the entire Flozan city. She mimicked him with a good show of force. Super manly, I can't help but be infatuated. Si Wenchen also liked this. He raised one of his eyebrows, which was very masculine. Of course, who am I? Shi Shujing was so infatuated by him that he was like a little deer running around, howling. Honey, I love you so much. The secretary's voice came from the internal line. Mr. C, Boss C of Shangyang Group is looking for you. Shi Shujing was shocked. Your dad? No, it's my sister. Look at how scared you are. Si Wenchen smiled. Phew, she heaved a sigh of relief. Your dad treats me as an enemy now. He can tear me apart at any moment. How can I not be afraid? With me here, no one can touch you. Then you guys take your time. I'll leave first. Considering that she was present, it was indeed inconvenient for Ceylon to say something. Si Wenchen nodded. Okay, I'll call you later. When Shi Shujing went out, he met Ceylon face to face and said softly. Thank you. Ceylon smiled and did not say anything. She walked into the office. Si Wenchen packed up the medicine box and asked. Why are you free today? I miss you. If I didn't take the initiative to look for you, would you step into the Si family's door? Ceylon sat down, and the secretary brought her a cup of coffee and went out. How is Dad? You still care about him? I thought you couldn't wait to piss him off. Ceylon sighed. Dad is sick because of you, but he still refuses to take medicine. You know him, his health is not good, and he is so old. How can he stand it? Although he says that he doesn't have a son like you, he really wants you to go back. When are you going to see him? Another day. You're too much. For the sake of Shi Shujing, you don't even care about your own family. The one lying on the bed now is our dad, and he's sick because of you. Si Wenchen felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. Do you think I'm not worried? But if I go back now, I will only quarrel with him, and it will only worsen the conflict. So what's the use of hiding like this? I've always admired your decisiveness and how you deal with problems immediately. How did you end up like this? Relationships are different from work. Not every time we have a conflict, we can find a way to solve it. I have to be with Shi Shujing, but he won't accept Shi Shujing no matter what. This is a dead end. It's useless no matter what we say. Both of you are stubborn, but your standpoints and thoughts are different. It's within my expectations that things will end up like this. I'm stuck between the two of you, and I'm also in a dilemma. But this concerns your happiness, so I will help you. Thank you. I've already talked to Dad. I told him not to push him too hard and not to take any extreme measures. He has agreed to it. Moreover, his health isn't too good now, so he will probably stop for a period of time. The two of you, calm down. Si Wenchen's tensed heartstrings relaxed a little. That's for the best. What I'm most worried about is that he will hurt Shi Shujing. That's because he can't bear to hurt you. Don't you know how much he loves you? In his eyes, you are Xiangyang's only heir. He can't let anything happen to his pride. I've never thought about inheriting Xiangyang. I've always thought that Xiangyang is yours. Ceylon smiled bitterly. She felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. I'm here to tell you this because I want you to feel at ease. You don't have to be on tenterhooks all the time. Also, if you need any help, contact me immediately. I will definitely help you to the end. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of summer. The scorching sun of summer slowly receded, but in the past week, Shi Shujing still felt uncomfortable. He felt weak all over, and he had little appetite. His mouth was dry, and he often felt nauseous. When he reported his work, a strong wave of nausea welled up in his heart. He quickly covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom, only returning after a while. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Chen Ru asked. Maybe the weather is a little stuffy, and I feel nauseous. You don't look too good this week. Chapter 210. Is your period coming this month? Shi Shujing was so busy recently that she realized it had been postponed for 3 days. She was shocked. You mean, Chen Ru said calmly. You don't look like you're here, and your symptoms look like you're pregnant. Buy a pregnancy test. Now. Otherwise, you won't be in the mood to work. If you are afraid of being seen, I can buy one for you. Wait for me in the bathroom. After the test, Shi Shujing could not stay calm while waiting for the result. She paced back and forth in the bathroom anxiously. Forget it, I don't dare to look. You can do it for me. She gave the pregnancy test to Chen Ru. Although she knew it was not a good time to be pregnant, she kept praying that it was true. There is a result. How is it? Shi Shujing's heart was in her throat, as if it was about to jump out. She held her breath. Her heart was pounding. She was so nervous that she did not know what to do. Chen Ru answered. Not pregnant. Not pregnant. How is that possible? She snatched the pregnancy test in a hurry. What do you mean by one line? Not pregnant. Is there a mistake? No. One line means you are not pregnant. 2 lines means you are pregnant. For a moment, she felt a strong sense of loss as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. Shi Shujing could not bear it. Chenru patted her on the shoulder. Shi Shujing looked at the pregnancy test and murmured to herself with a depressed look. But I have not had my period for 3 days. Sometimes, when you are under great pressure and are highly nervous, your period will be delayed. I have had this situation before. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. However, the pregnancy test has a very high probability of being accurate. Her heart was extremely disappointed. Shi Shujing smiled bitterly. I am not pregnant. I am too nervous. Do you want a child? Yes. If this had not happened, I would not have known that I want one so much. It's okay. There will be one. Yes. Shi Shujing forced a smile. Thank you for helping me. We're all colleagues, it's what I should do. I'll head back first. Chenru walked out of the bathroom. Despite feeling regretful, Shi Shujing still forced herself to cheer up. She and Si Wenchen were very healthy, so it was only a matter of time before they got pregnant. Perhaps God felt that the timing was not right yet, but they would definitely get pregnant in the future. When she went downstairs to pick up the package for Chenru, she was surprised to see Yang Yizhou and Tang Tang walking in from the entrance of the building. They were talking and laughing like a mother and daughter. Tang Tang was wearing a spaghetti-strap skirt today, which accentuated her exquisite figure. She was very elegant and charming, and all the men around her were looking at her. Shi Shujing subconsciously made a comparison in his heart. He was indeed not as beautiful as Tang Tang, nor was he as outstanding as her. He could not help but feel a little bitter. Si Wenchen was also surprised by the two's arrival. Mom, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me that you were back? I could have picked you up. No, Tang Tang can pick me up. I just came back to visit an old friend. It's nothing important. Sit down. Are you busy with work? Not bad. Tang Tang called him intimately. Wenchen. But Si Wenchen just nodded with a cold attitude and continued to chat with Yang Yizhou. You have to take care of your health even if you're busy, understand? I know. I don't need you to tell me these things. I know you're capable. You always do things your own way. Yang Yizhou's words carried a tinge of resentment, hinting at something. The thing between you and that woman is very popular, and the news is all over the world. Why are you so impulsive and thoughtless? Is it necessary to be so high profile? Do you know what some people say about you? They say that you seduce other people's wives and that you take over their business. I don't care what others say, as long as I'm happy. You don't care about others, but what about me? You don't care about what I think. You came back from halfway around the world just to teach me a lesson? What do you think? You're my only son. If I don't care about you, who should I care about? I heard that your father is also so angry that he fell ill. Look, what a mess you've made. I'm at work. Can we talk about it later? You run away as soon as I mention it. Why are you so irresponsible now? Yang Yizhou couldn't help shaking her head. Then let's talk about it tonight. I've booked a room in a hotel. Come and find me. After the two left, Si Wenchen called Shi Shujing. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. With your mother. I just saw her come in downstairs with Tang Tang. Yes. I didn't know they would come. Shall we go together tonight? No, she'll probably be unhappy to see me. I don't want to ruin her mood. We promised to face it together, I'm not in the mood today. Can we do it another day? Hearing the tiredness in her voice, Si Wenchen didn't force her anymore. Go home early and rest. I'll go back after dinner. Yang Yizhou arrived early. She kept looking at her watch, worried that Si Wenchen would stand her up. Tang Tang comforted her. Auntie, don't worry. There's a traffic jam on the road. It's normal to be late. Don't you know Wenchin? Since he promised you, he'll do it. That was in the past. Now he's like a different person. He's completely focused on Shujing. He doesn't have time to care about me. Thinking of this, Yang Ijo couldn't help sighing. If only you were together. You're so obedient and filial. I wouldn't have to be so annoyed. How could Tang Tang not want to be together? Although she was forced to break up with Si Wenchin, Tang Tang regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. At that time, she thought that Si Wenchin wouldn't fall in love with a woman so easily. She thought that after she calmed down, there might be a chance for them to get back together. Who knew that Shujing would suddenly appear, which was a devastating blow to her. Tang Tang, you'd better work harder. Don't give up. With my support, I don't believe that you can't beat that Shujing. Tang Tang had a gentle smile on her face. This kind of thing is up to fate. It still depends on Wenchin. The door opened and Si Wenchin walked in. Yang Ijo looked around and saw that he came alone. She was slightly relieved, but she still complained. Why are you here so late? I thought you wouldn't come. I don't care if other women ask me out. But if you ask me out, I'll definitely be there. Si Wenchin smiled lazily as he glided through the crowd. Just in time. I'm not late. You came alone. Why didn't you bring her? Yang Ijo asked sourly. She's not free today. Yang Ijo was unhappy when she heard that. So you've asked her about it. You know that I don't like her, but you still want to bring her. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Also, what's the meaning of her not coming? Putting on airs and showing her disrespect to me. No, you don't want to see her, right? I don't want to see her, but she's just a junior. What right does she have to put on airs? She doesn't even know basic manners. I really don't know what you like about her. Si Wenchin didn't care. It went in one ear and out the other. But Tang Tang persuaded. She's here. Don't be angry. Let's order first. The Cantonese cuisine in this hotel is light and tastes good. You must like it. I'll be the host today. Look, Tang Tang is so considerate. Comparing the two, Yang Ijo's mood became even more gloomy, and he continued to nag. She's working in your company now. What do you think? You've already caused such a big commotion and made your father sick. Why don't you restrain yourself? Business is business, private is private. Shujing is competent for that job. There are so many people who are competent. Why did he choose her? In the end, it's because of selfishness. So what? Si Wenchin shrugged. I do like her, and I want to keep her by my side. Your father and I don't get along well, but on this matter, we have the same attitude. We don't like her, so it must be her fault. You should listen to the opinions of the elders. Why didn't I listen? Si Wenchin picked his ears and teased. I've heard so much that my ears are getting calluses. I can't communicate with you at all. Since you're not happy, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something that makes you happy, huh? Si Wenchin changed the topic and diverted Yang Ijo's attention. Shujing was shrouded in the disappointment of not being pregnant the whole day. She could not concentrate and her work efficiency was very low. She only got off work at 8 p.m. After leaving the company, she wanted to give Si Wenchin a call, but she was afraid that it would be inconvenient, so she gave up. When she got on the taxi, the driver asked her where she was going. She thought for a while and answered. The hospital. Too many things had happened recently, and with Yan Zizhuang in the hospital, Shujing rarely had time to visit Aofeng. When the nurse saw her, she said that she hadn't seen her for a long time. She fetched a basin of water and wiped Aofing's face. Dad, I'm here. I'm sorry, I've been too busy recently. I only come 3 times a month. You won't blame me, right? Aofing's eyes were wide open, but they were motionless. Too many things have happened recently. Qin Baiyuan and I are divorced. Although there is no TV in the room, you must have heard about it from the doctors. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Divorce is a relief for me. Besides, I'm with Wenqin now. His name is Si Wenqin. I'll introduce you two to each other someday. Fate is such a strange thing. I used to think that I would never love anyone else except Qin Baiyuan, but I met him. He is the best man in the world, and I love him very much. Even though there are some obstacles, I won't give up. I think we will get married, and I will be happy. Dad, you will always support me, right? If only you could wake up. I want you to attend our wedding so much. I want you to hold my hand as we walk down the red carpet. Wake up soon, okay? The night wind blew Shujing's long hair. She turned around and saw Tao Yiqin standing at the door with a bouquet of flowers in his arms. The black car drove slowly on the road, and Shujing's tired mind finally got some rest. To Tao Yiqin, driving slower meant that he could spend more time with her. He treasured every minute and second of this moment. Why are you here today? Shujing smiled, but there was a hint of tiredness in her eyes. Chapter 2:11. He won't. He knows that you are the most filial daughter. You are much more filial than me. Dad is most gratified to have you as his son-in-law. Tao Yiqian's smile was like a spring breeze. Her lips were red and her teeth were white, especially her teeth, which were neat and beautiful. Is it really good for us to praise each other like this? Shujing smiled. Tell me the truth. You haven't had dinner, right? How did you know? Don't I know you well? You must have just come from the company. You are so busy that you even forget to eat. You have been like this since young. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten stomach problems. Every time your stomach hurts, you would break out in cold sweat, but you just don't know how to take care of yourself. You are still talking about me. Aren't you also a workaholic? Don't you have stomach problems too? So, how about 2 people with stomach problems have a meal together? There is a Cantonese restaurant in front. The taste is lighter and I often eat there. Shujing wanted to decline, but thinking that the two of them had not met for a long time, he agreed. Sure. It was a high-end Cantonese restaurant. Shujing had seen it a few times when she drove past it. Business was booming and there were always people queuing at the entrance, but she had never tried it. She was now the talk of the city. Tao Yiqin carefully chose a corner seat and passed the menu to her. The dishes here are not bad. I will recommend all of them. It depends on what you like to eat. Anything. You know that I have a strong taste and love spicy food. Cantonese food is just so. Sure. Tao Yiqin ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup. Can the 2 of us eat so much? It will be a waste. I usually eat takeaway at work. I need to nourish my body occasionally. Girls should drink more soup, it is good for your skin. You are still so good at taking care of others. I know that you like Hunan cuisine. There is a newly opened restaurant that is not bad. Do you want to go together when you are free? Sure. Shujing agreed, but he was not sure when she would be free. He could not help but sigh. It seems that we have not eaten alone for a long time. It has been a few years. Yeah. It has been a long time. Those memories were still vivid in his mind. Their relationship was once so close, but now. This had always been Tao Iqian's helplessness and regret. At this moment, even looking at her quietly had become a luxury. The two of them talked about their childhood. The more Shi Shujing talked, the happier he became. He was beaming with joy, and the depression in his heart dissipated a lot. Tao Iqian saw that she was in high spirits, so he suggested a drink and ordered 2 bottles of beer. Cheers to today's meal. Cheers. The glasses collided with each other, creating snow-white foam. As they spoke, the topic shifted to Stony Moon. Shi Shujing asked. How are you guys now? What do you mean? We've been married for so long, but aren't we still the same? You've been married for almost 7 years. Yes. This is the 7th year. Given Tao Iqian's character, Shi Shujing was not worried that he would have a 7-year itch. However, their relationship as husband and wife had always been bad. Stony Moon was a little too domineering. In the past, it was Stony Moon who liked Tao Iqian unilaterally. He did not respond to her feelings. After the Shi family's accident, in order to take over Shui Lan, the two of them got married. It could be said that this was Tao Iqian's sacrifice. Have you ever considered having children? Maybe after having children, the situation will be different. Last time, I heard from Qin Baiyuan that she was preparing for pregnancy. Yes. This kind of thing can't be forced. Tao Iqian played it down. For him, accepting marriage with a woman he didn't love was already a kind of pain, let alone a child. Even if the child was born, he could not guarantee that he would be given the best fatherly love. Therefore, he would rather not have children. No matter how Stony Moon forced him, he insisted on taking safety measures. Oh, Shi Shujing could see that Tao Iqian did not want to have children, but it was not convenient for her to say more about other people's family affairs. Congratulations on your divorce with Qin Baiyuan. Why does it sound so awkward? Shi Shujing blinked her eyes playfully. However, it is indeed a good thing. I will accept your congratulations. You were too silly before, so you have been wasting yourself on him. Shujing, you are a good girl, you deserve the best man. Thank you. You are also the best brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, Tao Iqian smiled bitterly and drank a mouthful of wine. This identity gave him a legitimate reason to stay by her side, and at the same time, it became an insurmountable gap between them. Tang Tang came out of the private room to make a phone call, but accidentally found Shi Shujing chatting with a man in the corner. They looked in high spirits and seemed to be chatting happily. She smiled gloomily and returned to the private room. Yang Yizhou went back to the previous topic and pestered her. You asked her to come, but she didn't come. Obviously, she doesn't take me seriously. She is so arrogant before getting married. How can I count on her to take good care of me in the future? Si Wenchen explained patiently. Mom, you think too much. Shi Shujing is not like that. She didn't come because she was afraid that you would be angry. Tang Tang said. I don't think so. She didn't come because she has an appointment. I just saw her having dinner with someone outside. Are you sure? Yes. She was chatting happily with a man, and they seemed to know each other very well. Si Wenchen pondered for a moment, and before Yang Yizhou said anything, he stood up. You eat first, I will go out and have a look. He walked into the hall and saw Shi Shujing at a glance, and the man opposite her was her brother-in-law, Tao Iqian. Last time on the wedding anniversary of Shi Shujing and Qin Baiyuan, Si Wenchen noticed that Tao Iqian had special feelings for Shi Shujing. They had known each other for so many years, so it was not strange that he had a crush on her. Although he was very confident in their relationship, Si Wenchen couldn't help feeling a little jealous and strode over. You still remember those embarrassing things? Don't mention it, okay? Just pretend that it never happened. Shi Shujing laughed happily, but Tao Yiqian suddenly fixed his eyes. What's wrong? She looked back and saw Si Wenqin standing in front of her. He stood up happily. Wenqin, why are you here? This unexpected surprise made her not notice that Si Wenqin's face was not very good. You and your mom are also having dinner. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? I'd better leave first. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you think I will eat you? Yang Yizhou came over, and Tang Tang followed her. Shi Shujing's heart tightened. Auntie. Miss Shi. Yang Yizhou was still polite on the surface, with a smile on her face. I wanted to ask you out for dinner, but Wenqin said that you were not free. So you have another date. She threw a look at Tao Yiqian, who was also a good-looking man. I just thought that you might not want to see me. So it is my fault, and I have given you too much pressure. No, Shi Shujing felt his blood freeze, and did not know what to say. Although the Fu family has not acknowledged the relationship between you and Wenqin, the matter between the two of you has caused quite a stir. There must be a lot of eyes on you all the time. If you eat alone with a man, won't you be criticized? Si Wenqin was about to defend Shi Shujing, when Tao Yiqian spoke first. You have misunderstood, I am Shi Shujing's brother-in-law, Tao Yiqian. We grew up together, it is not what you think. Yang Yizhou's face changed slightly, as if she had been slapped in the face, but she insisted. You know, but others don't. I saw you talking so happily, and I thought that you were lovers. Shi Shujing is my sister, and I don't want anyone to question her character. What's more, we are innocent. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law are having a meal together, and I don't think there is anything shameful about it. I am afraid that you are twisting it on purpose. Tao Yiqian had been talking with a smile on his face, but his words were full of sarcasm. Yang Yizhou must have been very unhappy, but she did not know how to refute him, and her face was a bit stiff. Since it is a misunderstanding, just explain it clearly. Tang Tang tried to smooth things over. A chance meeting is better than an invitation, let's have dinner together. No, we are almost done and are about to leave. Shi Shujing turned him down directly. She instinctively rejected this suggestion. You may think that I am being hypocritical when I asked you out, but don't you think it is rude of you to turn me down? In such an occasion like today, there are outsiders. Shi Shujing took a look at Tang Tang. It is not very convenient. I will meet you officially another day. Yang Yizhou wanted to take the opportunity to ridicule him, but Si Wenqin said. Today is a tiring day, go back and have a rest. He gently caressed her face, his posture doting and tolerant. Mr. Tao, please send her back. Okay. On the way back, Shi Shujing was a little embarrassed. I am sorry about what happened just now. I am fine, but I am worried about you. His mother is very powerful, and he has a daughter-in-law. I am afraid it is not easy for you to get her approval. It is more than not easy, it is more difficult than reaching the sky, okay? Shi Shujing sighed, feeling a little depressed. My relationship is not very smooth. Dad, oh, no, I should call him Qin Baiyuan's father now, is very good to me, but Qin Baiyuan hates me. Now, I have a good relationship with Wenqin, but I can't get the approval of his family. In short, it is a lot of twists and turns. Life is not easy for me at all. Are you discouraged? The Shi Shujing I know is not so easy to give up. Believe me, anyone who really knows you will understand how good you are and will cherish you. No matter how they treat you now, they will definitely change in the future and like you very much. I have confidence in you, and you should also have confidence in yourself. His words made Shi Shujing feel warm, and the smile returned to her face. If everyone in the world is as good as you, the world will be at peace. If that is the case, my good will not be highlighted, right? Tao Yi-chin joked. But I am not so good to everyone. I am only good to the people I love. Shi Shujing took it for granted that this love was family. She felt very happy to be loved by a family member like her brother. Now that you mention it, I feel very lucky to be loved by so many of you. Even for you, I have to cheer up. Shi Shujing raised his fist. I've survived 3 years of failed marriage and divorce. Nothing can stump me, don't you think? Chapter 2:12. Her smile and the light in her eyes were the only light in his world. It was as if even a blind person would live again because of her light. That was enough. Tao Yi-chin told himself, in this world, was there anything more important than her? Now, even though he couldn't take another step forward, at least he was in a safe zone. He would never lose her, and he would always be by her side, sharing her joy and sorrow. This was probably the only thing that kept him alive. Yang Yizhou had been scolding Shi Shujing for not being polite all night and questioning her relationship with Tao Yi-chin. Si Wenqin was quite annoyed. After sending her back to her room, Tang Tang said that he would send him downstairs. The two entered the elevator. Tang Tang had been observing his expression in the mirror. He did not say anything, but his cold features were tense. Obviously, he was in a bad mood. Tang Tang smiled and said gently, "That's how Auntie is. She is easy to get along with people she likes, but for people she doesn't like, she will say some unpleasant things. Don't take it to heart. After all, she is thinking for you." Si Wenqin ignored her. "Should I not have said that Miss Shi is in the hall? I just thought that maybe you want to see her. I really didn't mean it." Si Wenqin was immersed in his own thoughts and did not seem to hear her at all. When the elevator arrived, he strode out. "Wenqin," Tang Tang caught up with him. "Do you have some misunderstanding about me? I feel that you are very cold to me now. You ignore me no matter what I say." "No. Don't deny it, I can feel it." Tang Tang's eyes were anxious, as if he did not know what he had done wrong, but he was very concerned about it. "If it is a misunderstanding, tell me. I can explain to you. I don't want you to be so cold to me. No, I just don't want Shi Shujing to be unhappy." Tang Tang was seriously injured. "Just because of this, you ignore me. We have known each other for so many years. I thought that I had a place in your heart. Just friends. I thought we were closer than friends. Right now, the most important thing for me is her feelings. I'm sure that I don't have the same feelings for you as before, but she doesn't know, so I don't want her to have any misunderstandings. Also, since it's impossible for us to be together, don't hang out with my mom too often. It's not appropriate." Si Wenqin's tone was not heavy, but every word carried weight, making Tang Tang's heart ache. "It's Auntie who likes me. I'm not trying to please her. Thank you for taking care of her before. I'll take care of her in the future." "Ha! You only have Shi Shujing in your heart now. Do you still have time to care about Auntie? Have you considered her feelings? She's really disappointed in you. She's unhappy every day. Don't you think you're being too selfish? It's not up to you to criticize whether I'm selfish or not. You should spend your energy on a man who's worth it. Don't waste your time on me. We're over." With that, Si Wenqin left, leaving Tang Tang standing there with red eyes. Shi Shujing had just finished his shower when the door opened and Si Wenqin walked in. "You're back." She dropped the towel and went over to help him take off his suit and hang it up, asking about his well-being as usual. "Are you tired? Did you have enough to eat tonight? Do you want me to cook some noodles for you?" "No need, I'm not hungry." Si Wenqin glanced at her with a complicated expression. When he kissed her forehead, he seemed a little absent-minded. Is your mom still angry with me? No. She must be. She said a lot of bad things about me. Si Wenchen didn't say anything. Thinking about it, I'm really unlucky. Flozan City is so big, but we actually met in the same hotel. I was even ridiculed by your mom in front of my brother-in-law. Even if she hates me, she shouldn't have said such nasty things. Sure, Shujing said a lot and curled his lips. You're resentful. Just a little unhappy. Si Wenchen didn't say anything and entered the room. Only then did Sure Shujing notice that his mood was not right and followed him in. What's wrong with you? Unhappy. Did you quarrel with your mom? No. Then why? I feel that you're angry. No. Although he said so, he seemed to be sighing irritably. His action of loosening his tie was also a little impatient. I know you're angry, tell me. Sure Shujing grabbed his arm with a stubborn look. I don't like you to brush me off like this. Si Wenchen sighed. I'm unhappy. Why? I can take the initiative to accompany you to face your mom. Why do you want to avoid my mom? That's different. My mom doesn't dislike you, and she's easy to get along with. As for your mom, she hates me so much. I really don't want to cause trouble for her. Then how long do you want to avoid her? Si Wenchen countered with a question. It's because she doesn't like you that you want to fight for it. We've agreed to face it together, but why are you still avoiding? Maybe you're not prepared at all. Sure Shujing bit her lip. Her guilty conscience made Si Wenchen feel uncomfortable. He continued to ask. You plan to not face her for the rest of your life? I need some time. I thought that determination is more important than time. If you really want to be with me, you won't reject me at the first moment. Perhaps she was used to being spoiled by him. This sudden change of mood made Sure Shujing at a loss. She didn't understand what she did wrong and why he would blame her like this. I really love you. Maybe I'm too weak. I'm sorry. Don't be angry, okay? I'm not angry. I just feel very disappointed. All along, Si Wenchen had been under a lot of pressure. He had been carrying it alone and hiding it in his heart. He also thought that this was the responsibility of a man, and he was willing to do it. But tonight, he heard too much of Sure Shujing's fault and saw her chatting happily with Tao Yiqian. He felt very upset. She didn't know Tao Yiqian's feelings for her, but he did. So how could he not be jealous? He was a human and had emotions. He couldn't bear to get angry at her, but there were times when he couldn't control it. Sure Shujing had been suppressing her emotions. In such an atmosphere, she couldn't help but speak. Do you think I'm better off if you're disappointed? Now, it's not just the problem of your mother hating me. There's also Tang Tang. They're like shadows. Your mother treats her as her daughter-in-law, but what about me? Every time I see their relationship so good, I feel very uncomfortable. So you're avoiding it. Tang Tang and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. You think she doesn't, but I think she does. Otherwise, what right does she have to accompany your mother? That's because you didn't fight for her. You gave her to her. Do you think I don't want to? But is it useful for me to fight for her? That's tantamount to asking for humiliation. I don't care about your past, but can't you? Sure Shujing's pupils suddenly shrank. Since you mentioned this, it means that you care. Do you mind that I'm married to Qin Baiyuan? Si Wenchen didn't expect that she would misinterpret his words like this. Men and women thought differently. When he said that he didn't care, he really didn't care. But she misunderstood him. What he cared about was not that she was married, nor did he think that it was a stain. If he minded a little, it was because she had loved Qin Baiyuan for so many years. But he had always maintained a relaxed attitude towards it. The past was the past, and the most important thing was the future. But in the end, she minded his past. It was really funny. What's wrong with me and Tang Tang? Such a rhetorical question made Shi Shujing a little emotional. I don't like you seeing each other. I don't like her always being with your mother as her daughter-in-law. I don't like her pestering you either. Don't tell me that you don't know that she did so many things because she wanted to get back together with you. That's her business. I can't stop her. But I've been very cold to her and I've made it clear. But she still appears often. Doesn't Qin Baiyuan often pester you too? Si Wenqin retorted sarcastically. This has nothing to do with Qin Baiyuan. In the end, you still don't believe me. Si Wenqin shook his head and sneered. Maybe you don't care about me as much as I think. Otherwise, you won't run away from my mother. How could he make such a serious accusation? Shi Shujing was shocked. She had never doubted his feelings for her. She had also made it very clear that she only hated Tang Tang's pestering. But now, he actually doubted her love. How could she not be disappointed? It turned out that the relationship that she thought was strong actually had its weakness. Once there was a problem, the contradiction would appear. Such an argument was very strange to them. They didn't know what they were arguing about. It was only because they cared too much and had been suppressing too much that they suddenly exploded. Looking at each other, their chests were heaving up and down violently. There were too many emotions in it. In the end, Si Wenqin closed his eyes. I don't want to argue anymore. I'm going to take a shower. After taking a shower, he watched TV in the living room for a long time. He changed the channel frequently. His mind was full of Shi Shujing. He didn't know what he was watching at all. The more he watched, the more irritated he became. He wanted to drink, but he knew that she didn't like it when he went to bed with the smell of alcohol, so he didn't drink. When he returned to the room, the lights were already off. Shi Shujing was lying on the bed with his back facing him. Si Wenqin rested his head on his arm and looked at her silently, waiting for her to turn around. He swore that as long as she turned around, he would hold her in his arms without a care for anything else. However, for a very long time, Shi Shujing didn't turn around. His heart was completely lost. Si Wenqin turned around and looked at the night sky outside the window. After he turned around, Shi Shujing also turned around and looked at him for a long time. His hand was already stretched out, but it froze in midair. In the end, it didn't fall. His fingers tightened one by one, clenched into a fist, and retracted it. They clearly loved each other very, very much. Why did they quarrel for no reason? Could it be that loving too deeply and caring too much would sometimes make the relationship fragile, like a straw that would bend with a little pressure? Everything was quiet. The two of them had their backs to each other. Their eyes were wide open, and they didn't sleep. Their minds were very clear, but their hearts weren't calm. This kind of silence was like a huge rock pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. The more it pressed down, the more irritated they became. This was the first time they didn't sleep in each other's arms. They were clearly together, but it felt like their hearts were very far apart. Chapter 213. Shi Shujing didn't fall asleep until the next morning. When she woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock. Si Wenqin was no longer by her side. She didn't have much time to be disappointed and hurried to the company. Chen Ru asked during lunch. Didn't you sleep last night? The dark circles under your eyes are so heavy. Shi Shujing was in a bad mood. Coupled with the severe lack of sleep, she felt dizzy and listless. Yes. I didn't sleep well. Because you're not pregnant. I understand your feelings, but it's a misunderstanding. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Don't worry, you're so young. I'm sure you'll get pregnant. It's not because of that. Then because of the CEO. Speak of the devil. Si Wenchen and his assistant came down for lunch. Shi Shujing watched from afar. Her little heart suddenly tightened and her hands trembled. They had agreed not to greet each other in the company, but he did not even look at her and walked past her as if they were strangers. His breath was so cold that it made her shiver. Looking back, he had his back to her, his tall figure exuding coldness. It seems that I guessed right. You two quarreled. How do you know? You can tell by looking at the CEO's face. I've worked in the company for so many years. Although I haven't spoken to the CEO many times, I see him every day. His indifference today is different from usual. He was fine yesterday. Why is he like this today? Did you have a quarrel? Shi Shujing smiled bitterly. When did you become so gossipy? It's my break time now. We're friends, so it's normal for me to care about you. From the perspective of a boss, the subordinate's mood directly affects work efficiency. Look, you're late today because of your quarrel. I'm sorry, I don't mean to blame you. I'm strict with my work, but I'm also a woman. I can understand. As long as it doesn't break up, it's normal to have conflicts. There are many trivial things between couples. Which couple doesn't quarrel? But the CEO said that if he's serious enough to marry you, it's impossible to break up. Maybe, men are all the same. Even the CEO needs to be coaxed. Go back and cook a table of good food for him. He won't be angry. How could it be that easy? He won't even look at me now. Oh, then we can only increase the intensity. Does he have any sexual preferences? Pfft. Hearing such a bold question, Shi Shujing almost spat out the orange juice he had just drunk. He quickly wiped his mouth. Chen Ru still had a serious look on her face, as if they were talking about official business. Isn't this topic too personal? We're all women, what's there to be shy about? Chen Ru calmly took a sip of coffee. Give me more information so that I can help you. I can't tell if I have any special preferences. Oh. Then it would be a uniform. All men liked that uniform. It was 100% accurate shot. We're all adults. Why can't we solve our problems? Do we have to fight? Don't look at me like that. I was young once too. I'm very good at what I just said. Shi Shujing put his palms together. Admirable. However, you guys can calm down first. Sometimes, it's easier to have conflicts when you're too close. How about going shopping with me after work tonight? Shi Shujing looked at Si Wenchen again and felt that he really couldn't face his indifference, so he agreed. Okay. Chen Ru was a high-paid person, so she naturally went in and out of high-end brands. Shi Shujing wasn't in the mood to buy clothes, so he accompanied her and gave her some advice. Why don't you try? Won't it be boring to just watch me try? Shi Shujing shook his head. There's nothing I like. Women, after you have a boyfriend, dressing up is no longer a problem for you. Women dress up for the man they like. This saying is not without reason. Although the CEO must have said that he likes your original look, men are visual animals. You have to give him a sense of freshness from time to time. Chen Ru chose a spaghetti strap dress and gestured at her body. This one suits you. Try it on. The dress only reached the middle of her thighs. Shi Shujing was a little uncomfortable. Won't it be too revealing? If you don't show it now when you're young and beautiful, do you want to wait until my age to show it? Don't think too much. Hurry up. Shi Shujing was pushed into the fitting room by her and changed into a dress. It was beautiful, but the neckline was a little low, and the skirt was short, so it was easy to show off. She was very uncomfortable. So beautiful. Chenru took off her glasses and let down her hair. Yes. You're even more beautiful this way. No wonder the CEO is so obsessed with you. You're such a beauty. Shi Shujing blushed a little because of her praise, but she gradually got used to it. She felt that she did have a special charm in dressing like this. Chenru chose a few more short skirts for her and paid for them together. In the store, Shi Shujing was too embarrassed to compete with her to pay, so she said when they came out, "I'll return the money to you. Is it necessary? These skirts don't cost much. Just take it as a meeting gift from me." "That's not good, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to please you because of your special identity. I like you and appreciate your ability. I've always been good to my excellent subordinates. But, no buts. Get in the car." Shi Shujing told her the address, but Chenru said, "Why are you in such a hurry to go back? He should be waiting for me. I want him to wait and be anxious. Love is about skills. You can't let a man be too satisfied. Sometimes you have to keep him in suspense and make him nervous, so that he will know how much you care about him." Chenru's words were reasonable, and Shi Shujing could only nod. "I'm in a bad mood, so I need to vent. How about going to a bar?" "A bar? I don't like that place." Shi Shujing was considering Si Wenqin's feelings. If he knew it, he would definitely be angry. "If you don't play when you're young, you'll regret it later. What are you afraid of?" "It's decided. But before that, I have to put on makeup for you. Make it thicker, in case you're recognized in the bar." Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the bar. Shi Shujing had permed his hair with a one-time curl. His makeup was very flirtatious and his dress was revealing. He looked like a completely different person. He bent down uncomfortably and tried to pull down his dress. "I don't think it's appropriate for me to dress like this." "How is it inappropriate? If you're coming to a bar, you should dress nicely. It's inappropriate to wear professional attire to have fun." Chenru was also very different from how she usually was at work. She was wearing a peach-pink dress that tightly wrapped around her curvy figure. She was charming and seductive. She held on to Shi Shujing's hand and walked into the bar. It was 10:00 at night. Si Wenqin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city below him and smoking. Behind the hazy smoke, his handsome face revealed a touch of melancholy. He had been waiting for Shi Shujing's call the whole day, but it did not ring even once, not even a text message. He only brought an assistant to the staff cafeteria for lunch. He was waiting for her to take the initiative to talk to him, but she did not. He was angry with her and stubbornly refused to look for her. Until now, he felt very tired. Si Wenqin took out his phone and searched for her number. The smiling face on the screen made the corners of his mouth involuntarily turn up into a smile. He probably cared too much. Because he cared too much, he quarreled with her. He dialed her number but quickly hung up. Si Wenqin sighed. His mouth was filled with the bitter taste of smoke and he pinched the cigarette butt. He thought of spending the night in the office, but he was afraid that she would wait. In the end, he picked up his suit, turned off the lights and left the office. However, when he reached home, the lights were not on as usual. It was pitch black. It was as if Si Wenqin's heart had hit rock bottom. It was already 11:00, but she was not back yet. She got off work at 7:00 today. Why was she not home yet? Did she not want to come back to see him? Where did she go again? Did she go to look for Gao Zhuqing? Would she come back tonight? Si Wenqin leaned back on the sofa. He was indescribably tired. His figure formed an arc, looking very lonely. In the bar, the music was loud. Men and women squeezed together and danced. The air was filled with the smell of perfume and alcohol. Dong, dong, dong. The noisy drum beat almost deafened Shi Shujing's ears. It made her heart very uncomfortable. She wanted to escape as soon as she came in. The two sat at the bar and Chenru ordered a bottle of whiskey. No, I don't drink, since you're out to have fun, let go. Don't worry so much. Chenru poured a glass for her and forced her to take a sip. She drank it a little too quickly. Shi Shujing almost choked and coughed a few times. Chenru laughed at her. You've been working for a few years. Why are you still so young? You don't even know how to drink. How can you talk about work like this? I don't like it here. Let's go. Everyone is here. Let's stay for a while. Don't be a wet blanket. Chenru drank a few glasses of whiskey in one go. Her expression did not change. What's wrong with you today? Are you in a bad mood? The colorful lights swept across Chenru's face. There was a hint of bitterness on her smiling face. Is it that obvious? What happened? Her. I'm the one who brought you out to have fun and comfort you. How did you become the one comforting me? You've comforted me enough today. I also want to help you. Even if I can't help you, at least I can listen to you vent. No matter how Shi Shujing asked, Chenru refused to say anything. Do you really want to know? Yes. Then drink 3 glasses with me. I'll tell you after you're done. Seeing that she seemed to be really uncomfortable, Shi Shujing reluctantly drank it. The strong liquor slid down her throat. It was scorching and painful. Shi Shujing closed her eyes for a few seconds. I've drunk the liquor. Can you tell me now? It's nothing. Isn't it just a matter of love? Chenru said as she took another sip. Men are all bad things. We've been in a relationship for 16 years. We've been together since university. When we got married, he kept saying that he would love me forever. But now, he wants to divorce me because of a 19-year-old young model. Don't you think men are all despicable? What's so good about that woman? Isn't she just younger than me? But I was also young once. Didn't I feed that ungrateful wretch of mine during my best years? Now that he's grown up, he's complaining that I'm old. What a joke. Chapter 2:14. I believe him. Hee hee. I also foolishly believed that he would love me for the rest of his life, but what happened in the end? A man's heart changes at a whim, and he always likes the young. It's cruel. In a relationship, the woman is often the one who gets hurt. You can only believe that he loves you now, but don't ever believe that it has an expiration date. There is no such thing as a lifetime of love, especially for a man with power and influence. He can give you everything. He can praise you to the heavens, but he can also throw you to hell. Remember what I said, don't put all your heart into a man, or you may end up like me. As they chatted and drank, Shi Shujing was also annoyed and drank a few glasses of wine unknowingly. Come, let's go dancing. Chenru dragged her to the dance floor. Shi Shujing was also a little drunk, and she was crazily twisting her body to the music. As they danced, a man stuck close to her and danced with her, rubbing his chest against her back. Shi Shujing kept avoiding him, but he kept sticking to her, making her very uncomfortable. I'm not dancing anymore, I'm going to rest over there. She shouted at Chenru and squeezed out of the dance floor, but the man followed her again. Beauty, why are you leaving? You're having so much fun. Shi Shujing's head was getting dizzy, and she couldn't wake up no matter how hard she shook her head. She asked for a glass of orange juice and ignored him. Look at how high your friend is. You're so bored. Are you in a bad mood? I'll accompany you. The man was really handsome, but his smile was malicious and very annoying. Shi Shujing turned her back to him. Don't be like this. Aren't we out to have fun? Let's have a chat, okay? If you want to talk to someone else, I have a boyfriend. So what? Many women have boyfriends now, and they still come out to have fun. Don't be so conservative. It's just a drink, nothing will happen. Let me treat you. No thanks. Shi Shujing got up, and her head was dizzy. She held onto the bar for a few seconds before she could stabilize her body. She staggered and couldn't stand properly. The man kept trying to help her, and he followed her out of the bar. Go away, you don't want to play in the bar. Then I'll take you to a more fun place. I'm not going, let me go, let's go. Don't be afraid, Shi Shujing was held down by him. Her head was very dizzy and she could not break free at all. Let me go. The man dragged her to the side of the car, opened the door, and was about to shove her in when the door was suddenly slammed shut. If he hadn't retracted his hand quickly, his hand would have been crushed by the door, giving him a fright. A tall figure stood in front of him, like Satan who suddenly emerged from the ground of his life, of his. He was scared and took a step back. When she fell into Si Wenqin's arms, Shi Shujing was still conscious that it was him, but as the alcohol continued to ferment, her consciousness became more and more blurry. When she entered the house, she was flailing her arms and legs and shouting. Of. Si Wenqin held her with one hand, but she kicked and punched randomly. She was as strong as a bull and refused to stop for even a moment. Her arrogant look was very difficult to deal with. I told you to let me go, are you deaf? She yelled at him, her face as red as a monkey's butt, and her eyes were swollen. Me what? Do you want to hit me? Shi Shujing's footsteps were weak, and she relied on his arm to support her body. Ugh! You are so fierce. How dare you be fierce to me, she pouted as if she was going to cry at any moment. You are fierce to me. You are so annoying, take your hand away. Don't touch me, she burped, causing Si Wenqin to frown. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't sober, he would have pressed her down on the table and spanked her butt. After Shi Shujing finished her crying, she started laughing drunkenly. She held his face and looked at him from left to right. Hey! Who are you? You are quite handsome. Are all bartenders so handsome now? Little fresh meat. Ugh! Not bad. How much is it? Big sister will bring you out. As she spoke, she wanted to kiss him, but Si Wenqin avoided her. His face was livid, and he was so angry that he was about to split open. She drank so much that she couldn't recognize him, and even treated him as a bartender. What kind of bullshit tea little fresh meat was this? Could it be that she would do the same to other men? Shi Shujing continued to make a fuss and hugged him. Just a kiss. Just let big sister kiss you once, don't be crazy, look at you now. What do I look like? Shi Shujing pointed at her own nose and asked foolishly. Do I not look good? I have put on very pretty makeup today. She turned in a circle and created a concave shape. It was fine if she didn't mention it, but the moment Si Wenqin mentioned it, he wanted to strangle her to death. Was she purposely trying to attract those hungry wolves? Thinking of those men's gazes, he wanted to raise the bar to the ground. If he hadn't asked someone to find out where she was, she would have been taken away by that man. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. He was so worried that his brain was about to explode, but this damned woman was still unaware of it. How could he not be angry? Even though he knew that she was drunk, Si Wenqin still clasped her face and gritted his teeth. Promise me that you won't go to the bar again. It hurts. My face. Let go, he increased his strength. Say that you won't go to the bar again. I. Ugh. Sure, Shujing felt that both sides of her face were about to be squeezed out of shape, and it was very difficult for her to squeeze out a voice. I promise. A strong wave of nausea surged up. I'm going to vomit. The moment Si Wenchen let go, she vomited into the bin. Her waist was twitching violently, as though she was about to vomit out her internal organs. Si Wenchen was angry, but his heart ached for her. In the end, he still smoothed her back. She vomited for a long time, with tears and snot coming out of her eyes. She felt very uncomfortable, pitiful, and embarrassed. Si Wenchen carried her to the bed, took off his clothes, and wrung a towel to wipe her face. Probably because she had used up all her energy after making a scene earlier, Sure Shujing was lying limply on the bed, like an injured little animal. She let him do whatever he wanted, gasping for air. When Si Wenchen helped her wipe her face, she looked at him in a daze for a long time and murmured in disbelief. Wenchen, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes, but it was filled with uneasiness. He sneered. You still recognize me? Wenchen. Why are you ignoring me? Why are you fighting? I feel so uncomfortable here. Sure Shujing grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest. It feels like it's going to tear. Am I going to die? I really love you. I really love you. I know I did something wrong. Please don't be angry at me, okay? Sure Shujing's eyes were filled with tears. She looked very pitiful. She grabbed his shirt tightly with one hand, as if she was afraid that he would leave her behind. Wenchen. I'm in so much pain. My head hurts. My heart hurts too. I'm afraid that you don't love me anymore. Don't leave me, okay? Hugging his hand, Sure Shujing started to cry softly. Her tears fell on Si Wenchen's hand. His heart softened, and he pulled her into his arms. Sure Shujing also hugged him tightly. You only know how to torture me. Si Wenchen gritted his teeth and gasped for air. He loved her so deeply, and he missed her so much. Even if she was so angry that he wanted to kill her just a moment ago, in this short second, he loved her so much that he couldn't bear to scold her loudly. You damn woman. What else do you want me to do? Let's not quarrel anymore. I don't want to quarrel with you. So tired. My heart hurts. Si Wenchen made some detoxifying tea and fed it to her. Si Wenchen lay down beside her, face to face, and looked at her without blinking. Sure Shujing was still feeling a bit uncomfortable. She would mutter from time to time and talk in her sleep. You know it's uncomfortable. Let's see if you still dare to drink so much in the future. Wenchen. Wenchen, she kept calling his name in her sleep. She grabbed his hand and felt a bit more at ease. After a long time, Sure Shujing fell into a deep sleep. Her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Si Wenchen let out a sigh of relief. He held the back of her head and kissed her forehead. Go to sleep. The consequences of being drunk were quite tragic. When Sure Shujing woke up, she felt as if her body had been torn apart. Her limbs were not her own, especially her head. It was painful, as if someone was constantly throwing bombs at her. She closed her eyes and sat on the bed for a while before she gradually regained consciousness. She remembered that she went to drink with Chenru last night and was entangled by a man. Then, it was Si Wenchen who saved her. The familiar bedroom made Sure Shujing feel at ease. Although her whole body was in pain, she felt a trace of happiness because he still cared about her and didn't leave her alone. She got up, washed her face, and walked out of the room. Si Wenchen was sitting in the dining room, bathing in the sunlight and eating breakfast. The light golden halo made his face look handsome and soft. All of this made her miss it. She raised a smile. Morning. But Si Wenchen didn't seem to hear or see her. He put down the coffee cup, got up, and walked past her, treating her as air. She greeted him warmly, but Si Wenchen ignored her. Shi Shujing was stunned for a few seconds, and then followed him. Wenchen, let's eat breakfast. Si Wenchen's voice was low and emotionless. He picked up the coat on the sofa, put it on, and was about to go out. Wait, are you angry with me? Can we talk? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have drunk last night, and I shouldn't have gone to that kind of place to get so drunk. But that's because I love you too much. Our quarrel made me very sad, so, we made up, okay? I don't want to continue quarreling. Quarreling means going to the bar to get drunk. Si Wenchen asked. You know very well how dangerous it is for a girl to go to that kind of place, but you don't care. This shows that you don't know how to cherish yourself, and you haven't considered my feelings. It's not like that. At first, I didn't want to go to the bar. Manager Chen just asked me to go shopping, and then, Shi Shujing was like a child who had done something wrong. I've already apologized, can't you forgive me? Chapter 2:15. Although Si Wenchen was distressed to see her so sad, if he did not give her a stern warning, she would not take it seriously in the future. Therefore, he had to show the most serious attitude. What did you do wrong? Reflect on yourself. After he finished speaking, he left. Shi Shujing could not make him stay at all. She looked disappointed. She thought that after what happened last night, their relationship would ease. Unexpectedly, the situation seemed to have worsened. She could not help but hit her head. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. After work, she was called into the office by Chenru. There were large and small cardboard boxes on the table and floor. Shi Shujing asked curiously. Are you tidying up the office or moving? No, I've been transferred to the German branch. The new manager is not in place yet. Please take these documents, what did you say? Transferred. Why so sudden? Yes. I only received the arrangement this morning. Why? Why? It's just a normal job transfer. But you've worked in the company for 8 years, Shi Shujing found it hard to accept, but Chenru was very calm. She continued to tidy up the documents and smiled. Maybe I'm not good at my work. Who knows? It's impossible. The whole office is full of praise for your ability. There won't be such a problem. Oh, then I must have offended someone. Shi Shujing felt as if she was suddenly hit by a hammer. You mean the CEO? Maybe. Is it because you took me to the bar last night, so he transferred you? Shi Shujing did not think that Si Wenchen was such a person who could not distinguish between public and private affairs. However, how could it be such a coincidence that he was transferred today after what happened last night? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's the Ocean Group. Germany is the same as here. Shi Shujing's mind was in a mess. If it's really him. No, I can't let you be transferred like this. I'll go to him. No need. Chenru stopped her. The CEO is very stubborn. It's almost impossible to change his decision. Even if you persuade him, I will be in a worrying situation in the company in the future. Instead of that, it's better to stay away from him. But, don't worry, as long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter where you are. But, from this incident, you can see that the CEO is a dictatorial person. He is really ruthless. Being with the king is like being with a tiger. How long do you think you can endure it? With your personality, you're not suited to be with a man who's too strong. Sooner or later, he'll force you to the point where you can't take it anymore. Also, I meant what I said last night. He loves you very much now, but I don't think the shelf life is as long as you think. I don't want you to get hurt. Chenru patted her shoulder and said earnestly. A man like the CEO is indeed very charming, but the more charming a man is, the more dangerous he is. Now, you may think that love is more important than anything, but in the future, you will understand that personality and other aspects are the key to maintaining a long-term marriage. If I were you, I would reconsider. In the end, Chenru left. Shi Shujing felt terrible and blamed himself. He called Si Wenqin, but Si Wenqin did not answer. She had texted him to meet her at the top of the stairs at noon, but he didn't show up until 2:00. Shi Shujing could only wait for him at home and specially prepared a table of dishes. 7:00. 8:00. 9:00. She stared at her phone in a daze. It was not until 10:00 that Si Wenqin came back. Shi Shujing hurriedly went up to him and told herself to calm down and talk to him properly. You're back. Yes. Si Wenqin said as he was about to enter the room. Have you eaten? I made your favorite shrimp. Si Wenqin swept the table. No need, I've already eaten. But I haven't eaten yet. I've been waiting for you. Will you eat with me? You eat first, I'm going to take a shower. Wenqin, Shi Shujing grabbed his arm. Please don't treat me like this, okay? I feel terrible when you're like this. I'm not treating you like this. I'm just tired after a day of work and want to take a shower. No, I know you're still angry with me, and I know I'm wrong. Let's be like before, okay? She had been watching his reaction with her expectant eyes, but the results still disappointed her. You're thinking too much. I'm going to take a shower. Don't go. Did you transfer Chenru away? Did she transfer? I don't know. She blocked the way in front of him. Si Wenqin turned to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? She's the manager. Besides you, who else has such great power? There are so many directors and executives in the company. Who knows? Si Wenqin took a sip of water and said casually. Don't lie to me. I just want an answer. Is it you? She stared into his eyes. A few seconds later, Si Wenqin moved his lips. It's me. Why? It's a normal transfer. No, you transferred her because of what happened last night. So what? Si Wenqin asked indifferently. As a boss, how can you take your subordinate to that kind of place? That was after work. Don't you go to a nightclub for a lot of social events? She didn't do anything wrong. That's just an excuse. The real reason is that the subordinate was me. Don't be too sensitive. Si Wenqin obviously didn't want to continue on this issue. Don't go. Shi Shujing pulled hard, and some of the water in the cup splashed onto his shirt. Even if Chenru took me to a bar, it's as a friend. You can't transfer her because of that. Friend? How long have you known her? Do you know what kind of person she is? Don't treat a random person as a friend just because they've been together for a few days. Maybe she's just using you and harming you. I have a feeling that I can't judge. Even if she has ulterior motives, it's still a problem between us. Si Wenqin smiled coldly. So you're saying that your business has nothing to do with me and I shouldn't interfere? Even if you want to interfere, you shouldn't do it in such an extreme way. That's because you're too gullible. As long as you can protect yourself, I'm not willing to interfere in these things. Shi Shujing had been suppressing his emotions for the whole day. At this moment, he couldn't control it anymore. His temper flared up and he started to speak incoherently. Going to a bar means I'm gullible. Why don't you say that you're too narrow-minded and strict? We're lovers and equal. I'm not your pet. You have to keep a close eye on me. If I'm with someone you don't like, you have to drive them away. Pet. This statement made Si Wenchen angry. Is that what you think? Even if it's not, you're too strict. You're a male chauvinist and do whatever you want without considering other people's feelings. Yes, you have the ability to manipulate others. I don't care about others, but Chenru is my friend. I won't allow you to treat her like this. Won't allow. Si Wenchen was so angry that he laughed. I can do whatever I want. Why can't you stop me? Because, Shi Shujing was speechless. Yes, what right did she have? She was not his wife, just his girlfriend. What right did she have to change his decision? I don't care. I won't allow you to transfer her away. No one can change my decision. You, tyrant, yes, I'm a tyrant, but if I can protect you, I don't mind being a tyrant or controlling you. You keep saying that it's for my good, but it's not like this. You don't want to restrict my behavior or drive away the people around me. You're just satisfying your personal desire to control me. Si Wenchen was so angry that his eyes turned white. No matter how many things he did for her, he was willing and didn't expect her to be grateful. However, he was still very disappointed that he was twisted into a desire to control her. Yes, I like to control. What can you do? I hate you. I don't want to see you again. Shi Shujing ran as soon as she finished speaking. Si Wenchen caught up with her in big strides and grabbed her. It's so late. Where are you going? It's none of your business. Let go. Shi Shujing desperately twisted her wrist and even bit him. After breaking free, she rushed out of the door. Si Wenchen looked at the bite mark on the back of his hand. His eyes twitched with anger, but he still took out his phone. Follow her. Don't let anything happen to her. Shi Shujing ran outside and looked back. After waiting for a while, Si Wenchen didn't catch up. Her anger gradually turned into disappointment. If it was in the past, he would definitely chase after her. Did he slowly stop caring after getting her? Because of this, there were more and more problems. Quarreling over a small matter. She was very conflicted. On one hand, she believed in his love, but on the other hand, these 2 days really made her very tired. She felt that she didn't know him anymore. She was walking aimlessly on the street when her phone rang. It was Gao Zhuqing. Shi Shujing was very disappointed. Half an hour later, she arrived at the appointed place. After waiting for a while, she saw Gao Zhuqing running over, groaning. Sorry, I don't have money to take a taxi. I ran here. Have you been waiting for a long time? No, I just arrived. Shi Shujing answered absent-mindedly. What are you doing here? I heard you were in a bad mood on the phone, so I asked you out to relax. Otherwise, with your temper, you will be suffocated to death. Did you bring your bank card? Shi Shujing rummaged in his trouser pocket and found that he had brought his phone and card. That's good. Let's go and spend some money. As he said, he dragged her into a private club behind him. It was resplendent inside and they walked to the front desk. Let's go to the spa. The lady at the front desk looked at them and then asked. Do you have a reservation? No. Are you a member? No. Then I'm very sorry. Our club is only open to members. Gao Zhuqing had come with a few big clients, so he didn't know this rule. He frowned. What kind of stupid rule is this? Can't you just have money? How much does it cost to join the club? At least 200,000. Chapter 216. What Shi Shujing hated the most now was the sound of quarreling. Let's go. I don't want to do it anymore. It's not a matter of whether we do it or not. It's a matter of dignity. She's obviously looking down on us. If it were someone wearing branded clothes, we would let him in even if he's not a member. It's just an excuse. No, that's the rule in our company. Which rule? Your manager. Get him here. I'll talk to him. He doesn't want money and doesn't know how to do business. Please don't be like this. It'll affect our business. You're affecting my mood. Gao Zhuqing had been in a bad mood recently. She couldn't stand being looked down upon by a small receptionist and started to make a fuss. Anyway, if you don't receive us today, don't think about doing business with others. I'll have to call security if you're like this. Try it. The receptionist really called 2 burly security guards over. They held Gao Zhuqing on both sides. Her whole body was in the air, and her legs were kicking wildly. Let me go. Let me go. I'll sue you for molestation, she's my friend. At this moment, a magnetic male voice was heard. His tone was very light, but it had a kind of power that made the scene suddenly quiet down. Gao Zhuqing turned around. It was Gu Qinghan. He stood calmly in the light, dressed in formal attire and wearing a pair of glasses. He looked refined and handsome, with a perfect golden ratio figure and slender legs. He gave people the feeling that he was an elegant young master who had walked out of a portrait. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his eyebrows were full of halos. Shi Shujing was also stunned by him at first glance. Gao Zhuqing hated Gu Qinghan's beastly appearance. The most embarrassing thing was that she was being held by the security guards and was about to be chased out. It was very embarrassing in front of him. The receptionist hurried over and asked the security guards to put Gao Zhuqing down. Mr. Gu, is she your friend? Yes. Gu Qinghan smiled and looked at her deeply. And she's a very familiar friend. Don't spout nonsense. I'm not familiar with you. You guys are here to be SP Flozan. You already know the answer. Do you think I won't know you're following me just because you say that? Stalking. What else? And you're telling me it's a coincidence? Gao Zhuqing rolled his eyes. What? Are you going to have a sex change? I don't have that intention now, and I won't have it in the future. You're even more calculative and sinister than a woman. Why don't you just become a woman? Even the receptionist could not bear to listen to Gao Zhuqing's sarcasm. This was Mr. Gu, the upstart of Flozan City's financial industry. How dare she say such things? However, looking at President Gu's expression, he was not angry at all. Instead, he was very tolerant of her. Perhaps rich people were tired of obedient women and liked this kind of woman. I didn't follow you. As soon as Gu Qinghan's voice fell, a beautiful woman walked out from inside. Qinghan, what took you so long on the phone? Gao Zhuqing glanced at her. Her facial features and temperament were not that of a fox, but rather, she was very capable and elegant. However, she hated anyone who was with Gu Qinghan. She snorted disdainfully. What's going on? Why are you all standing here? She asked, not understanding the situation. Nothing, I just met an old friend. Gu Qinghan pushed up his glasses and teased. Yonglin and I arrived an hour ago, so I didn't follow you. I just heard the noise outside and was curious who would be making a fuss in the club. That's why I came over to have a look. Oh, your curiosity is also like a woman's. I think it's better to have a sex change. Gu Qinghan smiled. They are my friends. Put it on my tab for tonight's expenses. After saying that, he left, even though he really wanted to see her a few more times. The receptionist smiled like a flower. Please wait a moment, I'll arrange the best private room for you. No need, we're not doing it, not doing it. Why not? Gao Zhuqing objected. Since he likes to be rich so much, then I'll follow his wishes. Let's go. After entering the SP Flows-In room, Gao Zhuqing asked. How expensive is your most expensive wine? 500,000. The waitress replied. Give me 5 bottles. You're crazy, Shi Shujing hurriedly said. She's joking, we don't want it. I'm not crazy, I want 5 bottles of that wine. In addition, give me the most expensive one and put it on Gu Qinghan's tab. Yes, 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 I'll go right away. The waitress left happily. Zhu Qing. I know you're in a bad mood, but there's no need to be like this, right? It's very expensive. What are you afraid of? In any case, Gu Qinghan has money. If it was in the past, Gao Zhuqing wouldn't want a single cent from Gu Qinghan, but she was too depressed these days, and Gu Qinghan just had to bump into the muzzle of the gun. If she didn't teach him a lesson, she wouldn't feel good. In any case, even if the money wasn't spent on her, it would be spent on that fox spirit just now. Do you know him? And there's been some friction at work before. It's not just that, right? I think he likes you very much. Hee hee. That's because his acting is good, you guys don't know him, he's a very sinister person, living with a mask, the most disgusting man I've ever seen. But I don't think so, at least, his feelings for you are real. Naive. In the whole world, only I know what kind of person Gu Qinghan is, you guys will be deceived by his appearance, but I won't, even until the moment I die, I won't change my opinion of him. It seems like this prejudice is deeply rooted, not just a matter of 1 or 2 days. In fact, regarding Gao Zhuqing's past, Shi Shujing didn't know much. At that time she just came to Flozan City from Motu City. Sometimes when asked about her past, she didn't talk much. The waitress came in with wine and a lot of food. Gao Zhuqing let him open 5 bottles of wine. Shi Shujing couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. After pouring 2 glasses of wine, Gao Zhuqing wanted to clink glasses, but Shi Shujing didn't drink. Back to you, why are you in a bad mood? I'm not. Who are you lying to? Just now on the phone, you were crying, just like when you were bullied by that bastard Qin Baiyuan. Did you quarrel with Boss C? Shi Shujing smiled bitterly. That's strange, Boss C loves you so much, why would the 2 of you quarrel? No matter how good the relationship is, there will always be friction, right? That's true. But it shouldn't be to the extent of making you cry, right? He betrayed you. Impossible, that's not his style. There's no third party, it's just that our personalities aren't compatible, he's too controlling and domineering, I can't stand it. That's normal, with Boss C's identity, it's natural for him to be domineering, I feel that he's very charming. In the beginning, I also felt that way, but after spending some time together, there will still be friction. You know me, I'm also stubborn, I can't stand being controlled. He treats me very well, but sometimes his methods are a little extreme, I can't accept it. That can't be helped. There's no such thing as a perfect love in this world. It all depends on whether your love for him is enough for you to accept his flaws. Shujing, you don't know how much I envy you. You're deeply loved by Director C. Cherish him well, understand? Shi Shujing nodded his head. We're just quarreling, I've never thought of breaking up with him. That's good. Gao Zhuqing heaved a sigh of relief. You eat first, I'll go out to make a call. In the corridor. Still can't. Why? Is it because of the salary? Yes, I'm just minoring in jewelry design, but if you see my works, you'll definitely have confidence in me. Hello, damn it, I haven't finished yet, and you already hung up on me. Gao Zhuqing was very unhappy. When she turned around, she suddenly bumped into a human wall, startling her. Gu Qinghan was standing in front of her, reaching out to support her. After Gao Zhuqing steadied herself, she was immediately annoyed. Why are you so quiet when you walk? Are you trying to scare me to death? You can't be so timid, can you? Gu Qinghan smiled, lit a cigarette, leaned against the wall, and puffed out a cloud of smoke. There was a faint melancholy and yuppie in his smoking posture, which was different from his usual self. But no matter what kind of smell it was, Gao Zhuqing deeply hated it. Even if I'm not scared to death by you, I'll be disgusted to death by you. You've just spent 3 million. Oh, is that so? Gao Zhuqing didn't mind, instead, she was a little proud. Why? You can't bear it. You can't afford it. Gu Qinghan held the cigarette between his two slender fingers. As long as you want, even my life is yours. What can't I afford? Gao Zhuqing was disgusted to the point that she had goosebumps all over her body. I can even take your life. If I tell you to die, why don't you do it? The corners of Gu Qinghan's mouth seemed to be tinged with a smile. He slowly took a drag of the cigarette, and then exhaled into the air, accompanied by his usual deep and magnetic voice. Because I can't bear to part with you, so I can't bear to die. Gao Zhuqing made a vomiting expression. Do you think you're acting in a Qiangyao drama? In the end, you just can't bear to part with your life. In this world, there are too many hypocrites. You're definitely the best of the best. If you claim to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. If hypocrisy is against the law, you should have been dragged out and shot 10,000 times. Listening to her impassioned sarcasm, Gu Qinghan felt that it was a kind of enjoyment. No matter how she scolded him, at least she was by his side. For the past 1,000 days and nights, he had to force himself not to look for her, and think about her over and over again. That was the most heart-wrenching torture. Stuffing out the cigarette butt, Gu Qinghan said. I've reminded you before, don't get too close to Shi Shujing. Who I make friends with has never been within your jurisdiction. Why do you need to worry about it? Don't you understand the stakes? There's an external force stopping them, and it will definitely affect you. So what? I'm not afraid. She's my friend, no matter what happens, it's impossible to affect our friendship. Of course, people like you wouldn't understand these things at all, because you don't have a heart. Hurry and scram back to that woman's side, in case she misunderstands. I don't want to get involved with people like you. I won't leave. His light but firm voice came from behind. This time, I came for you. Zhuqing, I won't give up on you again. Chapter 217. For the past few years, she had been trying hard to get rid of the old nightmare. Even if she were to die, she did not want to experience the same pain again. She clenched her fists and forced her voice out. Don't force me to leave Flozhen City. At night, Shi Shujing and Gao Zhuqing slept together and chatted until dawn. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were still in university. However, both of them were conscious not to talk about their relationship. In the morning, Gao Zhuqing came back from the toilet and saw that Shi Shujing was already dressed. Are you going to work? You didn't sleep last night. Can you handle it? I slept for more than 2 hours. It's enough. Didn't you quarrel with Boss C? But I still have to go to work. I can't be so careless. Gao Zhuqing laughed slyly. These are all excuses. I think you miss Boss C. When they arrived at the company at 9 a.m., Shi Shujing asked her colleague if the new manager had been appointed. She looked at her strangely. Aren't you the new manager? Me? I didn't hear about it. The new personnel appointment has been announced. Didn't you see it? Shi Shujing quickly checked it with her phone. It was true. Congratulations. Although her colleague said so, Shi Shujing still felt that it was sarcasm. She hesitated for a while and went to the top floor to look for Si Wenqin. The secretary said that he was in a meeting and asked her to wait for a while. After waiting for about 2 hours, the meeting was over. Si Wenqin strode out of the meeting room. His face seemed to be covered with frost. It was very frightening. His indifferent eyes swept across her face without a trace of emotion. Manager Shi, you can go in now. Thank you. After entering the office, Si Wenqin was sitting on the sofa with his legs on the coffee table. He was pinching his eyebrows. It seemed that he did not sleep well last night. CEO. Shi Shujing said in a low voice. Coffee. Okay. Shi Shujing handed it to him with both hands. He took it and took a sip. Didn't you sleep well last night? Si Wenqin replied with a look that said, what do you think, and Shi Shujing didn't say anything. Have you seen the new personnel appointments? Are you here to thank me? No. What I want to say is that I cannot accept this position. Reason? My ability is not enough. Although I've held this position in Blue Sky, you know that Blue Sky's strength can't be compared to the Ocean Group at all. In terms of ability, I'm far inferior to Manager Qin. That's one of the reasons. More importantly, you're afraid of those rumors, aren't you? Shi Shujing nodded. Our relationship has always been special. Manager Qin has just left. If I take over, I'm afraid people will criticize me. Since you understand the importance of this position, you should know that I won't let it be empty for too long. Even if it's not you, someone else will take it immediately. What's there to be criticized? Anyone is fine, but it can't be me. Si Wenqin looked at her. In his eyes, there were feelings that Shi Shujing was familiar with, but there were also feelings that she was unfamiliar with. It was probably from that argument that there was a layer of estrangement between them. For example, now, she came to work because she missed him and wanted to ease their relationship. But she really didn't like what he was doing. Their hearts seemed to be drifting apart, and they were rejecting each other more and more. I'm the CEO. Don't I even have the power to appoint someone? Of course you do, but I can also choose to resign. Si Wenqin's gaze became colder and colder. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I'm just expressing my attitude. In the end, Shi Shujing couldn't stand the confrontation and softened his temper. I don't want our relationship to affect my work. Wenqin, you're not that kind of person. I also didn't think that you would run away from home and not come back for a whole night when you're angry. I was with Gao Zhuqing, and I didn't drink. But have you considered my feelings? I waited for you for a whole night. If you cared about me, you would have chased after me, but you didn't. Si Wenqin shook his head in disappointment. Is it because I've been too good to you in the past, so you think that you can do whatever you want to me? Even if you didn't come back for a whole night after the argument, I should apologize to you and chase after you. Do you really think that I have no dignity? But we argued because you went too far. You shouldn't have transferred Qinru away. I have my reasons for transferring her away. What reasons? Tell me. You don't need to know for now. You don't even tell me the reason. How can you expect me to understand you? Shi Shujing was very upset. Aren't we doing fine? Why did it become like this? I don't even know you anymore. Can you tell me what you want to say? I don't want to quarrel with you for no reason. I'm very tired. I'm the same. I've never thought of giving up, but you keep resisting me. Si Wenqin was afraid that if he continued, he would say something more hurtful, so he stood up and ended the conversation. I've already decided, and I won't change my mind. Shi Shujing wanted to resign immediately, but she couldn't say it. Because she loved him, and she didn't want anything to worsen the conflict between them. So, she chose to compromise again. If you insist, then I can only accept it. But I want you to understand that what you've done has hurt me. She looked at him deeply. There was still so much reluctance and love in her heart, but Shi Shujing could only force herself to look away and leave. Si Wenqin's fists were clenched tightly, and his arms were full of blue veins. That afternoon, Shi Shujing texted Si Wenqin to tell him that she would spend the night at Gao Zhuqing's house. She waited for a long time, but he didn't reply, so she was disappointed. She moved into Chenru's office, and the other staff were not as open to her as before. They were respectful and a little afraid of her. She was helpless about it. On the third day of work, the first big client she received was Gu Qinghan. He stood by the French window with his back to her, playing with an antique. When he looked back at her, he smiled. It was as if that smile had brightened the whole world. Shi Shujing thought that he was indeed a very good-looking man, and he didn't have that kind of strong aggressiveness. He gave people a very comfortable feeling. If Gao Zhuqing hadn't said those words, she would have thought that he was as gentle and harmless as he looked. However, she believed Gao Zhuqing's words, so she was more careful. Mr. Gu. Hello, Secretary Shi. Gu Qinghan took the initiative to shake hands with her. He didn't put on any airs, and there was always a smile on his face. The two of them chatted for a while, and Shi Shujing asked. As far as I know, Tianli's business is mainly in Motu City. Why did it suddenly develop in Flozan City? Gu Qinghan crossed his long legs elegantly, and his posture reminded people of a lazy cheetah. He took a sip of coffee and answered slowly. Who doesn't want to share? The real estate industry in Flozan City seems to be saturated, but I think there is still a lot of opportunity. Now is the best time to make money. Mr. Gu has a unique vision. Then they discussed the details of the contract. There was no big problem, and Gu Qinghan always gave in to him, so Shi Shujing was even more certain that he was not interested in the wine. There are no more problems. As for the profit distribution, does Mr. Gu have any other ideas? Anything can be discussed. No, I value long-term development. I don't care about the gains and losses in front of me. Mr. Gu is really a magnanimous person. Manager Shi is also a very good negotiator. No wonder Zhu Qing is so close to you. Zhu Qing was a very intimate form of address. Shi Shujing secretly speculated about their relationship. Today's discussion was very enjoyable. I look forward to our next meeting. Gu Qinghan got up, and Shi Shujing walked him to the door. She was wearing high heels, and accidentally sprained her ankle. Gu Qinghan took advantage of the situation to hug her, and when she stood firm, he immediately let go. Are you okay? I'm fine. Shi Shujing was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt two cold eyes locked on him. His body tensed up, and he looked over. Si Wenqin was standing a few meters away. Seeing this scene, she immediately took a few steps back, distancing herself from Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan followed her uneasy gaze, nodded and greeted Si Wenqin, but he stared at Shi Shujing and ignored him. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Shi Shujing lowered his head, clenched his fingers, and did not know what to do. Si Wenqin walked into the office, and when he passed by her, he said, "Come in with me." Shi Shujing followed him into the office, and Si Wenqin said, "Close the door." Oh, the atmosphere in the closed space was even more tense. Are you familiar with Gu Qinghan? No, not familiar. It's his first time here. So intimate the first time here. Si Wenqin sneered, and his stomach was sour. I accidentally sprained my ankle, and Mr. Gu helped me. That's all. Si Wenqin still kept a straight face and did not say anything. Wenqin, don't tell me you don't know me. I'm not asking you because of our personal relationship. It's just that everyone in the company knows about our relationship. You're the general manager, and it's not good for you to be intimate with a client. Shi Shujing's face turned pale. He knew that there was nothing between them, so why did he use those hurtful words to mock her? Would saying that make him vent his anger and make him happy? Therefore, she chose to remain silent. And the reaction that Si Wenqin did not want to see the most at this moment was her silence, which felt like a tacit agreement. He knew her character very well, but when a person was angry, any small thing would cause a butterfly effect and cause a big reaction, becoming the fuse of anger. Most of the time, it was not the matter itself that made him angry, but her attitude and some things in the past. In the company, or any other place, I hope you can abide by the professional ethics of a manager, and keep your distance from male clients. After saying this, Si Wenqin left, and the two of them continued to be in a cold war for a few days. In the restaurant, Tang Tang took out a mirror and touched up some blush. When the waitress came to add water, she asked, "How's my makeup? Is it too thick?" "No, light makeup suits you." The waitress praised her sincerely, thinking that she was beautiful. "Thank you." The happy mood only lasted for a few seconds, and then Tang Tang fell into self-mockery. So what if she dressed up beautifully? He would not even look at her. Chapter 218. A figure sat opposite her. Tang Tang's eyes lit up. "Wenqin, you are here." Si Wenqin took out a pack of cigarettes as soon as he sat down. "Why don't you look well? Didn't you sleep well these days?" He took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, tilted his head, lit it, and took a deep puff. This was the third pack of cigarettes today, but it didn't calm her nerves at all. Her temples were still throbbing violently, and her head was very painful and messy. "Why are you smoking again? You didn't smoke in front of me before. This is a restaurant. Don't smoke, okay?" Tang Tang reached out to take his cigarette, but Si Wenqin avoided it. He frowned with some impatience. "You didn't come to me to talk about my mother's health." "Yes." Tang Tang was a little disappointed, although she knew that he was willing to see her only for Yang Yizhou. A month ago, Auntie had a physical examination, and the report came out. Her heart is not good, and all her organs are seriously failing. It's not just aging, it's probably because of emotional depression. I didn't dare to tell her, and only said that her heart is normal. "Did you bring the physical examination report?" "No, it's still in the UK. I'm telling you this because I hope you can care more about her. She's alone now, and it's really not easy. All mothers are like this. On the one hand, they hope their son will find a girlfriend, and on the other hand, they worry that their son will be taken away. She will have a very strong psychological gap, especially when she doesn't like Shi Shujing, so she is more against him. I know that. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Must you be so heartless to me? Since when is it so difficult to be alone with you for 5 minutes? I have something to do. Please listen to me. Back then, I left you first, and now I can't bear to let you go. You must think that I'm very despicable, but I did leave because I had no choice. I have my own difficulties. Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention it again. Don't you want to know the reason?" "No," Si Wenqin said with certainty. Tears welled up in Tang Tang's eyes. "But I want you to know how much I've suffered these years. The reason why I suddenly broke up with you and ran abroad is because," she closed her eyes and said sadly, "because I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and I didn't know how long I could live." Si Wenqin was stunned, and the cigarette between his fingers was broken. Although he didn't care after so many years, he didn't expect it to be this reason. Why didn't you tell me? Because I don't want you to worry. Besides, I've had a hysterectomy. I'm no longer a complete woman. I don't know how to face you. Also, the doctor said that even if it's removed, there's no guarantee that it won't relapse in the future. I might die. I don't want to hold you back. Si Wenqin did not know what to say. After a long time, he sighed. You don't have to apologize. I was the one who chose to hide it. Leaving you was the most regretful choice I made. At that time, I always hoped that after I was cured, maybe we could get back together, but it was too late. I'm not saying this to make you sympathize with me, and I know you won't turn back. I just can't stand you being so cruel to me. I'm willing to suffer all these years, but, because I love you, I don't deserve to be treated so cruelly. Tang Tang's smile was very bitter. You told me not to continue wasting time on you, but who should I look for? Which man can accept a woman with no breasts, and a woman who might die of cancer in the future? Every day when I take a shower, I cry. I hate God for treating me like this. On the battlefield, I even thought of dying like this. It's a kind of relief. I don't know what to say. If you told me the truth, I would always be with you, but now, I understand. I don't have any other request, I just beg you, don't be too cruel to me, okay? Otherwise, I will really lose the courage to live. All the blood in his body flowed to his heart, as if there was a hand tearing at Si Wenqin's heart. In this life, he and Tang Tang could never go back, but people have a heart of compassion. After all, they had known each other for so many years, he couldn't be completely indifferent. After a long time, he smiled at her. Okay. Tang Tang quickly wiped his tears. You don't have to treat me as a patient, just like before. We haven't had dinner together for a long time, accompany me today. It was already past 7 after Shi Shujing and Gu Qinghan signed the contract. Gu Qinghan suggested to have dinner together, but Shi Shujing insisted on being the host and found a French restaurant. Gu Qinghan swirled the red wine glass, and the light reflected on his face, outlining a gentle and elegant shadow. The atmosphere in this restaurant is good, I like it. I know you lived in France for a period of time, and the French food here is the most authentic in Flozhen City. I think you will like it. Gu Qinghan smiled. So, after you left Blue Sky, you were still able to work as a project manager at Ocean Group, not without reason. I admire people who are well prepared. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared, aren't they? Shi Shujing clinked his glass with him. Even if you are identified as a backdoor entrant, you must have a certain level of backdoor entrant. You are humorous. Shi Shujing shrugged. No one said that, I am just telling the truth. No wonder Mr. C has a soft spot for you, but unfortunately, your path doesn't seem to be so smooth. Shi Shujing put down the wine glass and looked at him seriously. Mr. Gu, since the business is done, you can get straight to the point, there is no need to beat around the bush. Since Manager Shi is so straightforward, I will also tell the truth. The gentleness in Gu Qinghan's eyes faded a little, and there was a sharpness. I want you to leave Zhu Qing. If it wasn't because of those external factors, I would feel happy that Zhu Qing has a good friend like you. Shi Shujing hesitated a bit but still opened her mouth. I understand your intentions in protecting Zhu Qing, but you used the wrong method. Sometimes, one-sidedly doing her good will only make her reject you even more. Zhu Qing has her own views and preferences. I think, her feelings towards you can't possibly change. She will always have to find a boyfriend. At that time, what will you do? Impossible. Gu Qinghan's eyes immediately turned cold, sinister. Other than me, other men can forget about getting close to her. When you say this, I know why Zhu Qing rejects you, which woman can't endure this kind of desire to control. In this world, there is no one who loves her more than me, better to her. It doesn't matter if she doesn't understand now, but I will wait, she will change her mind. I don't think that's possible. If you really love her, you should stay away from her, don't disturb her life anymore. Do you understand our past? Saying these words, aren't you being too presumptuous? Gu Qinghan mocked. Don't destroy my good impression of you. Whether you like me or hate me, I don't care at all. I am also protecting my friend. She really hates you, you better give up. Goodbye. After Shi Shujing finished speaking, she was about to leave, but Gu Qinghan grabbed her arm. The rough action gave her a shock. Those 5 fingers kept on exerting force. It was very painful. But what was even more frightening was the Gu Qinghan in front of her. His gaze was so sharp as if it could gouge her out. I want you to take back the words that she hates me. Chapter 219. But she didn't give in, gritting her teeth and looking up at him. I'm telling the truth, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. Between me and her, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Then between me and Zhu Qing, you're not qualified to care. You. Gu Qinghan got angry, he clenched his fist, and the 5 fingers that were strangling her also deformed her arm. Shi Shujing didn't doubt that he would give her a slap. But at this time, Gu Qinghan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure walking over, with a strange smile. Shi Shujing thought that he was going to hit her, but she couldn't break free, so she could only close her eyes and bear it, but 2 cold lips fell on her forehead. She opened her eyes wide in shock. Gu Qinghan's frosty face suddenly became incomparably gentle, his voice was lingering but hidden a trace of conspiracy, and his smile made her hair stand on end. She realized something and looked back. Si Wenchen was standing a few meters away from her, his face was gloomy, and his chest was violently heaving up and down. Beside him, Tang Tang followed, looking at her with a mocking expression. In just a few seconds, Shi Shujing panicked and hurriedly tried to explain, but Si Wenchen strode away. Shi Shujing wanted to chase after him, but Gu Qinghan blocked in front of her. Go away, you bastard, despicable and shameless. As long as I can protect my woman, I can do anything despicable. Gu Qinghan returned to his elegant young master posture. That bespectacled face looked very gentle. This is just a small punishment for your arrogant words. When Si Wenchen's car left, Gu Qinghan let go of her and swaggered away. Shi Shujing returned to Gao Zhuqing's house in a daze, feeling very uneasy. She wanted to call Si Wenchen, but she didn't know how to explain this complicated relationship. Her phone suddenly rang. She didn't even have time to look at the screen before she hurriedly picked it up. Wenchen. No, it's me. Are you waiting for his call? It was Gao Zhuqing. Shi Shujing felt very disappointed. You guys have reconciled? No. Oh. Don't be too sad. I'm outside and I'll be back soon. What do you want to eat for supper? I'll bring it for you. No, I'm not hungry. Come back early. Just as he finished the call, the doorbell rang. Shi Shujing was in a daze and didn't hear it. Then, he heard the sound of someone pounding on the door. Only then did she react and rush to open the door. However, as soon as the door was opened, Si Wenchen pushed her away and strode in. He looked aggressive as if he was looking for revenge. What are you looking for? Si Wenchen was so angry that his eyes turned red, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Where is that bastard? Which bastard? Gu Qinghan. He gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth could chew him to pieces. Gu Qinghan. What is he doing here? Si Wenchen grabbed her wrist. What's your relationship with him? He actually kissed you. That scene made him so angry that he almost rushed up to kill her. But what made him even angrier was that she didn't dodge. So he left. But halfway through the car, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So, he left Tang Tang and sped all the way here. This is a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? I saw him kissing you with my own eyes. I'm not blind. Don't tell me it's just etiquette. Shi Shujing was shocked by his fierce expression. Her body began to tremble slightly. The pain in her wrist made her speechless. Let go of me first. You're hurting me, answer me first. What's your relationship with him? I have nothing to do with him. I hate him. You hated me in the beginning, but aren't you still with me now? Is it the same for you and him? Anger destroyed Si Wenqin's rationality. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. I'm not like that. Let go of me first, damn it. Don't tell me to let go of you again. I will never let go of you. Do you hear me? Si Wenqin pinched her chin and looked at her with disdain. Tell me that you love me. Say it. It wasn't that he didn't believe in her love. It was just that he was eager to hear her say that she loved him. Otherwise, he would be swallowed alive by the anger at this moment. I can't say that I love you if you're like this, Shi Shujing twisted her wrist. Let go of me first. Don't even think about it. Si Wenqin pressed down on her and reached out to pull off his tie. This action was filled with a dangerous and strange atmosphere. You're really naughty. You ran away from home when we quarreled. Now you even dare to provoke another man for me. Are you deliberately making me angry? No. I have nothing to do with him. Shi Shujing struggled until her wrist turned red. But she still couldn't resist his rough pressure. If you don't believe me, then why are you questioning me? I also want to believe you, but what did I see? Cuddling with Gu Qinghan and letting him kiss you. Is that your proof? He was so angry that it was enough to destroy everything. Shi Shujing was also a little angry. Then what about you and Tang Tang? You promised me that you wouldn't see her alone again. At least I didn't have any intimate behavior with her. But she loves you very much. Since you know that, you should avoid arousing suspicion. She wants to talk to me about something. What is it? Shi Shujing kept twisting her body as she spoke. It's not convenient for me to talk about her private affairs. So it's a secret between the two of you. Shi Shujing was angry and annoyed. Her tone became very harsh. Since you're not willing to talk about it, then why should I explain my relationship with Gu Qinghan to you? Let go of me, I don't want to see you. Shi Shujing used all her strength to push him away. But when she ran to the door, she was immediately grabbed back by Si Wenqin. I won't let you run away again. After saying that, he carried her and walked into the room. Shi Shujing struggled with her hands and feet and kicked her legs. What are you doing? Put me down. While she was shouting, she was thrown onto the bed. She didn't even have a chance to escape. Si Wenqin's strong body pressed down on her and locked her on the bed. Don't do this, since you dared to be intimate with another man, then you should have expected this result. Don't tell me to let go of you again. I will never let go of you. Every word came out from the gaps between Si Wenqin's teeth. Shi Shujing panicked and regretted provoking him. Wenqin, don't be like this. There's really nothing between me and Gu Qinghan. Can you believe me? You know that I only love you. She begged, but the person on top of her didn't ease up at all. It was too late to say all this now. Si Wenqin didn't want to hear it. Don't be like this, Shi Shujing struggled in fear and kept begging for mercy. Tears fell down. He didn't know if it was because of the pain or his actions that made her sad. Stop. I beg you. He almost brutally sealed her lips. He forcefully pried open her tightly closed teeth and penetrated her. She was forced to accept it. Woo woo, woo. I beg you, don't. The intense kiss made Shi Shujing suffocate and she fainted. At the hospital. The nutrient fluid flowed into Shi Shujing's body through the transparent infusion tube. The snow-white bedsheet made her face look even paler. Her hair was messy and wrapped around her palm-sized face. Her skin seemed to be transparent. Si Wenchen just realized that she really lost a lot of weight and looked haggard. At this moment, no words could describe how much he regretted it. He treated his beloved woman with those rough means. He really deserved to die. From the beginning of the quarrel to the present, his mind had been occupied by anger. He couldn't calm down and think. His body seemed to be out of his control and made some unbelievable actions. Until seeing her lying so haggard on the hospital bed, the restlessness in his body completely calmed down, leaving only regret. Holding her hand and holding it against him, Si Wenchen's eyes were moist and trembling. I'm sorry. Anan. I'm sorry, the doctor came in. How is she? Why did she suddenly fall into a coma? There are many reasons. Great mental pressure, not eating on time, lack of qi in blood. The pregnant woman's body is very weak. Pregnant woman. Si Wenchen's ears were buzzing. As if he had been immobilized, the whole person was stunned. It was like someone was constantly throwing time bombs in his ears. Rumble, 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 the explosions did not stop. You mean, he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. You mean, she's pregnant, yes. It's been almost a month. Don't you know? Si Wenchen looked at Shi Shujing in disbelief and then looked at the doctor. Are you sure? I've been a doctor for so many years. How can I not know this? Surprise, heartache, regret, surprise. At that moment, all the emotions were mixed up. Si Wenchen didn't know how to face it. But among all the emotions, joy far surpassed everything else. He never thought that the surprise would happen at such a moment. Although such an atmosphere was not the most suitable, the most important thing was that she was pregnant. She was pregnant with his child. He was going to be a father. Tears flashed in the corner of Si Wenchen's eyes, and he smiled through the tears. Shujing, did you hear that? You're pregnant. We're going to be parents. Shujing. It was impossible to describe the joy, gratitude, and happiness at that moment. At the same time, the shame was constantly growing. Si Wenchen touched her face, and tears flashed in his eyes. He secretly swore that in this life, he would never make her sad again and let her down. Shi Shujing had a very, very long nightmare. When she woke up, her whole body was so weak as if it had been hollowed out. She had no strength at all. Even when she opened her eyes, she had to gather her strength again and again. It was a vast expanse of white in front of her. It took her a long time to realize that she was in the ward. Gradually, she returned to reality from the nightmare, and those memories slowly became clear. She and Si Wenchen's conflict and argument. She suddenly felt very tired and uncomfortable. It was as if the reality was so oppressive that she couldn't breathe and was about to suffocate. In fact, it was good that she fainted. No matter how terrible the nightmare was, it was after all a nightmare. When she woke up, she would face a reality that was even crueler than the nightmare. Si Wenchen pushed the door open and shouted in surprise. You're awake. He rushed over and hurriedly put the thermos bottle aside. He held her hand and asked anxiously. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shujing, tell me, where do you feel uncomfortable? I'll call the doctor. Answer me, Xu Jing. Chapter 220. Xu Jing's empty eyes gradually focused. She looked at him for a while, still confused and dazed, as if she didn't know him. Xu Jing. He touched her face, and Xu Jing suddenly reacted. She turned her face to the side, and at the same time, she resolutely pulled out her hand and shouted in resistance. Don't touch me. Are you angry with me? That gaze was like a sharp knife, cutting Si Wenqin's heart, making him very painful. However, he deserved to be treated like this. It was his fault. He was more worried that she would be angry and affect the baby in her belly. Si Wenqin wanted to tell him that she was pregnant, but he didn't want to do it when they still had a grudge. The surprise of being pregnant could make her forgive him, but he hoped that she would forgive him and they would reconcile before telling her the good news. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt you like that. I'm sorry, can you give me another chance? Si Wenqin lowered his posture very, very low. If he was willing to apologize before, then they would have reconciled a long time ago, but at this point, it was meaningless. Xu Jing felt that it was very ironic. Previously, she had apologized time and time again and tried to repair their relationship, but she had been humiliated and treated coldly by him. Now, he was only willing to admit defeat when she was lying in the ward. Was there any meaning to this? Xu Jing, Si Wenqin's hand stopped above her palm, but he trembled and hesitated. He couldn't put it down. He didn't dare to touch her, afraid that she would resist fiercely and hurt her body. Xu Jing, don't call me that. Xu Jing closed her eyes, and her throat was very sore. She was afraid that she couldn't resist and that she would forgive him. However, even if she forgave him, there would still be a knot in her heart. In the future, every time they quarreled, it would explode. She didn't want to fall into that situation, or the contradiction would only get bigger and bigger. Go, I don't want to see you now. I know you hate me, and it's all my fault, but your body is very weak now, and you need someone to take care of you. I don't need it. Even if I need it, it's not you. Looking at you, I will think of those things, and it will only make me angrier. Can you go? Let me be alone for a while. She was almost yelling at him. Her attitude was quite determined, as if she would jump out of the window if she looked at him one more time. Si Wenqin was frustrated. He had a lot to say and tried to ease their relationship, but he couldn't muster any strength. She rejected him from the bottom of her heart, so no matter what he said or did, it would only make her more disgusted. That's good. You rest first. I'll ask the nurse to come and accompany you. There was still some expectation in Si Wenqin's eyes, but Xu Jing was looking out of the window with his back to him, unwilling to look back at him again. He sighed silently and left. He walked out of the ward and stood in the corridor. It was a gloomy day, and the entire corridor was gloomy. The mood was even more depressing. What he was feeling right now was not annoyed, but self-reproach. The only consolation was that she was pregnant. Tortured by these two completely different emotions, Si Wenqin's brows sometimes showed joy, and sometimes depression. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he thought of the baby. He took it out again. He really wanted to smoke, but he didn't and threw it into the bin. He didn't want her and the baby to inhale secondhand smoke. Maybe it was time to quit. Xu Jing was weak and stayed in the hospital for 3 days. During this time, Si Wenqin often came to see him. He brought her food, bought her flowers, and helped her wash clothes. He did all of this in silence and didn't dare to talk to Xu Jing. But she was very resistant and kept chasing him away. Lying on the bed made his bones uncomfortable. At dusk, Xu Jing got out of bed and stood by the window. He raised his head and looked at the layers of burning clouds in the sky. His entire face was bathed in the golden sunset, and there was a kind of holy radiance. The weather was getting colder day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn. She was thin and afraid of the cold. Now that she was standing in the sunset, she felt a little warm. The nurse came in with a thermos and was stunned. "Why aren't you lying in bed? It's cold, and you'll catch a cold standing at the window." "I don't want to lie anymore. It's more tiring." Shi Shujing smiled. His complexion didn't look good. Even if his face was coated with a layer of golden light, it still couldn't hide his pale face. His expression was melancholy. "Oh. It's 6 o'clock. Have some soup." He brought it here. The nurse didn't want to admit it because he had specifically reminded her. But she couldn't lie, so she nodded. "It's chicken soup. Mr. C made it himself." "Pour it out." "That's a waste." "Then help me drink it." "I can't drink it." After Shi Shujing finished speaking, he continued to look out of the window. His body was blown by the wind and became even more slender. The nurse sighed. "I know I'm an outsider and it's not convenient for me to say anything. I don't know about your past. But from the situation in the past 3 days, I think Mr. C is a good man. Most importantly, he loves you very, very much. If a man doesn't love you very much, he won't be so tolerant of a woman's temper." She pursed her lips. "You should be satisfied. As long as he doesn't betray you or do something unforgivable, it's about time you forgive him. Otherwise, you won't even have time to cry when you lose such a good husband." Shi Shujing gave a wry smile. Perhaps everyone thought that in this relationship, she was the one who climbed the social ladder, so she didn't have the right to be pretentious in front of him. He loved her, so she should be grateful and feel that she was the happiest woman in the world. She should hold on to him tightly. How could she lose her temper with him? Such an unequal relationship was too tiresome. She had been trying very hard to balance this relationship psychologically and hypnotized herself that they could get along like a normal couple. However, not to mention the external factors such as their families not matching each other, just in terms of personality, he was too strong, and she hated being controlled. Sooner or later, there would be problems. And the most contradictory thing was that she knew there was a problem, but she couldn't bear to let go. Just like now, no matter how hurt and angry she was, she never thought of breaking up with him. She had already made up her mind that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles there were in front of her, even if every step she took was stepping on thorns and blood was dripping, she would unswervingly walk on. So, since she was determined to be with him, what should she do now? Continue the Cold War? Continue to exhaust his patience? Shi Shujing didn't know. Whenever she thought of this, her head would hurt. She didn't have an appetite for dinner, so the nurse bought her a bowl of porridge. She drank a little and couldn't eat anymore. Her stomach kept feeling nauseous and she wanted to vomit. She asked the nurse why it was like this, but the nurse only gave her a vague answer, saying that she had excessive gastric acid or something, but she didn't give her any gastric medicine. Shi Shujing fell asleep again. She was in a daze when suddenly there was a loud bang outside. The whole ward was illuminated by colorful lights. In an instant, the whole ward was illuminated by the colorful lights. Shi Shujing was also woken up by the noise. The ward next door was boiling with excitement. "Come and look at the fireworks. It's so beautiful. Come and look." A colorful firework was blooming in front of Shi Shujing's window. It was gorgeous, red, green, and blue, exquisite and stunning. After it bloomed in the night, it fell like a rain of petals, illuminating the whole night sky. Such fireworks could only be seen in large-scale fireworks festivals. It was much more stunning than ordinary fireworks. It was also the first time that Shi Shujing saw it in real life. She was also attracted by it. She hurriedly got out of bed and walked to the window. Everyone in the whole building ran out to see, and the children shouted excitedly. "Mom, look, it's so beautiful. That one is so big, wow. It's golden." One by one, the fireworks flickered in the night sky, and the children cheered. The colorful fireworks bloomed in the night sky, showing the word sorry. After it bloomed a few times, it turned into a sh*T. It was like a meteor with a long tail, flashing by and blinding everyone's eyes. "Shu Jing, I'm sorry," in the open space in front of the building, a tall figure shouted. "Shu Jing, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Shu Jing's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that the crazy person was Si Wenqin. He shouted at her loudly, "Shu Jing, I'm sorry. I love you, Shu Jing. I love you. I love you. Forgive me." The whole building was in an uproar. There were more people than when the fireworks were set off, and they came to watch. Everyone looked in her direction, and there was a lot of discussion. "Shu Jing. I'm sorry. I love you." Shu Jing was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He didn't know what to do. The young nurse walked in and cheered him on. "Mr. C is already in such a state, and you still won't forgive him. Hurry up and leave." "How romantic." Shu Jing didn't find it romantic at all. He felt embarrassed and desperately waved at Si Wenqin, telling him to leave, but he kept shouting. "Shu Jing. I love you." The gorgeous fireworks flickered in the night sky. Si Wenqin's voice rang through the sky, and the crowd was excited. Someone shouted along. "Just forgive him." "That's right, forgive him. He's such a good person, hurry up and leave." "Shu Jing. I love you." Shu Jing suddenly felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. "Si Wenqin, stop fooling around. You're finally willing to talk to me." Si Wenqin cheered excitedly. "I'm not fooling around. I love you, Shu Jing, I love you. Please forgive me. Shu Jing. Forgive him. Forgive him. Forgive him." The orderly voices of the crowd almost flipped the whole building over. Shu Jing was super helpless, and his face was red. "Come up first, and we'll talk. If you don't forgive me, I won't come up. Come up. If you continue to be like this, I'll ignore you. Have you forgiven me?" The light from the fireworks illuminated Si Wenqin's eyes. His dark and deep eyes were shining with anticipation. Shu Jing bit her lip, her heart thumping wildly. With so many pairs of eyes watching, and so many people cheering, she really had no choice but to forgive them. Otherwise, she didn't know what kind of mess they would make. "I forgive you. Hurry up and come up." Chapter 221. Shu Jing was both annoyed and amused at the same time. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Only then did he realize that he was so excited that his fingers were turning cold. Hearing the hurried footsteps, he had just turned around when he was suddenly pulled into an embrace. A familiar scent blew against his face. His body was trembling with excitement. He used all his strength to hug her tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. "You've finally forgiven me." Si Wenqin was so excited that his voice was choked with sobs. "You, let go of me, don't ask me to let go of you again." He hugged her even tighter in a fit of pique. "You know that I'll never let go of you in this lifetime." "No, you're too forceful. It hurts." She could hear the sound of bones cracking. Si Wenqin let go of her and asked anxiously. "Where did I hurt you?" "I'm sorry, I'm just too happy." Seeing his bewildered and excited look, Shi Shujing's heart was filled with gratitude. In fact, no matter how much she hated him or how angry she was at him, it couldn't be compared to her love for him. When she really loved someone, how could she really blame him? In fact, after these few days of calming down, she wasn't that angry anymore. At most, she would just throw a tantrum with him. Si Wenqin held her shoulders, stared into her eyes and asked nervously. "You've forgiven me?" His eyes were as taut as a bowstring, and even his breathing and heartbeat were firmly controlled by her. One answer from her could send him to heaven, but it could also push him into hell. His heart was filled with concern for her. Shi Shujing was so annoyed by him that she lost her temper. She was angry but speechless. "How can I not say that I forgive you after what you've done? Otherwise, others will think that I'm heartless and it's my fault." "No, no, no, it's all my fault. It's my fault. No matter how you treat me, I deserve it." Hearing his words, Shi Shujing's heart softened. Looking at his thin face, which had been tortured, she felt a little guilty. "It's not your fault alone. I'm too stubborn. That's why things got out of hand. I'm also at fault. No matter what, it's because of love." Si Wenqin held her hand and kissed it. It was hard to describe how touched he was at this moment. The feeling of contentment and the black hole in his heart was finally filled. Of course, I'm not saying that we can hurt each other in the name of love, but the more we love, the more we care about each other. Even the slightest bit of conflict is unbearable. It's just that we've both used the wrong method. We shouldn't have used arguments to resolve it. Shi Shujing nodded vigorously. "So, in order to avoid future quarrels, I wrote this." "What?" Shi Shujing opened it and saw that it was a military pledge. It was clearly written in black and white that no matter who was right or wrong in the future, she was right. He must unconditionally admit his mistake and forgive her unconditionally. She was instantly amused. "Unconditional apology? Since when did you lose your bottom line? Where's your dignity as a CEO? Without you, I would have lost my life. Where would my dignity be?" Shi Shujing's heart was filled with sweetness. "Have you thought it through? This is a treaty that humiliates the country. If you sign it, you'll be at my mercy in the future." "Aha! It's written in black and white, and I even put my fingerprint on it. It's legally binding. But the law can't control you." Si Wenqin pinched her little face and said flatteringly. "You're my law." When the two of them hugged each other, she said, ruining the atmosphere. "You set off fireworks and shouted in front of so many people. Don't you think it's embarrassing? With so many people watching, it's like a monkey show." Of course, she was exaggerating a little. How could a monkey show be so cool? His behavior was a little exaggerated and high profile, but as a vain woman, she quite enjoyed it. Indeed, she felt that it was a little romantic. "It's quite embarrassing. If someone took a photo and put it on the internet, I'll probably lose my footing in the business world in the future. No one is afraid of me, but you're still so childish. It's not like you at all. Who came up with such a lousy idea?" Si Wenqin said rather proudly. "Do I still need someone to come up with ideas? I learned it from watching movies. It turns out that it's very effective. You're making it hard for me to back down. No matter what the difficulty is, you just need to forgive me. The process isn't important. What's important is to get the beauty back." "Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say is right. Oh yes, I have a surprise for you." Si Wenqin brought Shi Shujing to the ward next door. When they opened the door, the room was filled with pink balloons. On the balloons were the cute faces of children. The whole room was filled with pink, and it was very warm. The balloons were so full that the two of them were squeezed in the middle. Why are there so many balloons? And there are children on them. Si Wenchen took one and handed it to her. Is it cute? Yes, it's cute. Do you like it? I like it. How about we have a baby? His eyes were burning. Shi Shujing smiled. We've just reconciled. Isn't it too fast to think about having a baby? It's not fast. In less than 10 months, we'll be parents. Really? Why didn't I know? Shujing, I have good news to tell you. You've already given birth to our flesh and blood here. Si Wenchen's warm and dry palm fell on Shi Shujing's lower abdomen. Her first reaction was that he was joking, but his eyes were too serious. She also became nervous. You mean? I'm pregnant. Yes. It's been a month. A month? I suspected it, but I used a pregnancy test. Chenru said that I'm not pregnant. Si Wenchen narrowed his eyes dangerously. That might be because she changed the pregnancy test. She brought you to the bar and you almost had an accident. I suspected that someone planted her by your side, so I transferred her away. The reason why I didn't tell you was because I was afraid that you would feel cheated. I didn't want you to be sad. So that's why. You should have told me earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have quarreled for so long. Because you're too kind. I can't bear to let you know the ugliness of human nature. In addition, I was in a bad mood before, so I handled it in the wrong way. I'm sorry. Shi Shujing's current mood was both surprised and worried. But I drank alcohol and my mood is so bad during this period of time. Will it affect the baby? It shouldn't affect you much for the time being. After a period of time, I'll find a doctor to check. The most important thing now is that you're pregnant with our child. The joy of pregnancy washed away all of Shi Shujing's worries. She was wholeheartedly immersed in surprise. She had always wanted to be pregnant. Even if it was not the most appropriate time, she still stubbornly wanted their child. Now, her wish had finally come true. No matter how much suffering she had experienced in the past, God had treated her well. She was very grateful. Considering the child, Shi Shujing, who originally didn't want to stay in the hospital for a moment longer, stayed in the hospital for observation for a few more days. Si Wenchen pushed away all his work and stayed by her side. She was very touched by his concern. However, it would be better if he didn't ask the doctor to check her body every day. In fact, on the day she was admitted to the hospital had already done a physical examination for Shi Shujing. There was no need to do it again. Moreover, the child was still too young, so they couldn't find anything. However, Si Wenchen was still worried and asked them to check repeatedly. In the end, the doctor had no choice but to say that some physical examination items had a certain impact on the pregnant woman's body. Only then did he give up. 3 days later, Shi Shujing was finally discharged from the hospital. Her body was weak, mainly caused by her heart disease, so there was no big problem. After a few days of recuperation, her whole person looked much better. The two returned home and made out for a while. Si Wenchen simply turned into a koala, hugging her stomach all the time. He stuck so tightly that she couldn't get rid of him. Shi Shujing fought for a long time before he could take a shower by himself. After he finished taking a shower, he wanted to let Si Wenchen take a shower, but found that he had fallen asleep. He had always been a light sleeper, easily waking up when there was a light or a little noise. But at this moment, he was sleeping deeply. His posture was very relaxed, like a baby. Shi Shujing sat on the bed and looked at him without blinking. He felt that this Si Wenchen was too obedient. It turned out that he also had such a moment when he was unguarded. His breathing was very shallow, and his long eyelashes hung on his eyelids like a small fan. His whole face revealed a pure kind of sexiness, evoking Shi Shujing's maternal instincts. No matter how strong or successful a man was, there was still a hidden childish side in his bones. Just like him, probably because he came from a single-parent family, he actually did not have a sense of security. Every time she thought of this, her heart would ache slightly. She wanted to protect him well, give him a warm family, and the most love. During this period, he accompanied her every day, busying himself and taking care of her meticulously. It took a lot of effort, and it was probably more tiring than work. Sometimes, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she found that his eyes were open, and he was still awake, staring at her silently. Si Wenqin's breathing suddenly became a little unstable, and he unconsciously began to moan. Shi Shujing. Shujing. Don't go. Shujing. I was wrong. Don't go. Don't leave me, Dad. I love her. I love her. He was like an insecure child, frowning as he called out to her. Shi Shujing held his hand. I'm here, Wenqin, I'm here. He slowly opened his eyes, and for a moment, it was as if he couldn't distinguish between a nightmare and reality. His pupils were unfocused, and he only regained consciousness after a long time. I had a nightmare. His tone seemed to be a little aggrieved, and his voice was hoarse and exceptionally moving. As if to confirm her existence, he held her face with one hand and complained. I dreamed that you didn't want me anymore, and you wanted to leave me with the child. No matter how I chased after you, I couldn't get you back. It's so unbearable. Shi Shujing blinked his eyes and joked. What heinous things did you do in your dream that I wanted to leave you? I didn't do anything, but I probably felt that I didn't do enough. No matter what, it wasn't good enough. Do you know? I've never felt so blissful in my life. It was as if the heavens had suddenly sent the best of everything to me. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to grasp it. I only know that pregnant women have depression and will worry about gains and losses, but I didn't expect pregnant husbands to have it too. You're too insecure. Si Wenqin smiled bitterly. I don't know if I have the right to have everything I have now, so... Chapter 222. The nightmare gradually receded from her mind. The mature, steady, cold, and powerful Si Wenqin slowly returned and stared into her eyes. But I know that I will never let you go. No one can snatch you away from my hands. He had said these words countless times, but it could not be compared to this moment. His heart was surging with emotions, and he was so determined as he pulled her into his arms and whispered into her ear. Shi Shujing, you are mine. It was a deep love that seemed to be fused into his bones and blood. Si Wenqin watched over Shi Shujing as he fell asleep, but he could not fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. So, he took out his pack of cigarettes and walked to the balcony. His heart was not at peace. He secretly laughed at himself for being scared by a nightmare. He was too timid. But when he really cared about someone to the extreme, it was probably like this. No matter how hard he clenched her, he was still afraid that she would slip through the gaps of his fingers like sand in his hand. And that was something he would rather die than bear. If it was said that he had been living in the darkness and coldness of the past and had never tasted the taste of happiness, then it would be fine. He would not crave for it, nor would he have extravagant thoughts. But once that ray of light appeared, it could not be taken away from his life, even if it meant going against the whole world. The man's cold and hard profile showed a kind of firm determination. In the night wind, he was awe-inspiring. A coat was placed over his shoulders. It was very light and very soft. Why are you up? Shi Shujing yawned and slightly squinted his eyes under the moonlight, like a lazy cat. Her hair was a little messy, but she was very beautiful. No matter when, in Si Wenchen's eyes, she had a kind of gentle beauty. It was a beauty that no other woman in this world possessed. It was a beauty that could make him feel at ease. It was as if there was a pool of soft spring water rippling in his chest and tempered steel turning into a lingering fragrance. Did I wake you up? A little. You know I'm a light sleeper. Si Wenchen held her hand. How many times have I told you not to rub your eyes? Dirt will get in. He had a straight face, but his tone was very gentle. I've told you many times not to smoke, but you still smoke in secret. Only then did Si Wenchen remember that he still had a cigarette in his hand. He had planned to smoke it, but as soon as he put it into his mouth, he instinctively thought of the child, so he just held it in his mouth without lighting it. You are a heavy smoker. I didn't smoke it. I just kept it in my mouth to savor its taste. After all, I won't be able to smell it for a long time. You mean, I know you don't like the smell of cigarettes and I wanted to quit a long time ago, but sometimes I forget. But it's different now. I have a baby, so I have to quit. As he spoke, he rubbed the entire pack of cigarettes into the ashtray. Looks like the baby is more influential than me. Shi Shujing teased him. Silly girl. I don't really like smoking. It's just a habit. Whenever I'm upset, I want to smoke. But this is not a good habit. It doesn't matter if it's a good habit or a bad one. As long as it's a habit, it's hard to get rid of it. Won't you feel bad if I don't let you smoke? Maybe, but there are always some people who are more important than habits. I'm not just addicted to you, but I love you. I love you deeply. You're more important than my life. Smoking is not as important as my life. He had the attitude of a big man. He said it lightly, but Shi Shu felt that it was very practical. A man's love was not something that he talked about every day, but it was reflected in many things, even if it was a small thing like quitting smoking. She had thought of asking him to quit smoking, but needless to say, he had decided to quit on his own, which showed that he was very considerate of her. She had really met a good man who was considerate and mature. Believe me, I will be a good father. Si Wenchen looked at her and her stomach and said. Every word was like a vow. I have no doubt about this. After all, it's an old child. He will definitely care about it. Look at how nervous you are now. Shi Shujing deliberately joked about his age. Besides, an old man has a lot of experience in life and knows how to take care of people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many little girls looking for an uncle now. In this regard, it's a good thing to be old, but there may be a generation gap. So, from now on, you have to keep up with the trend. If you have nothing to do, you have to check Weibo or something to understand some of the most popular stars. Otherwise, when your child talks to you about his idol, you will be laughed at if you don't know any of them. Isn't his idol in the future me? Narcissism. No matter how handsome his father is, he can't be as handsome as those male stars. This is called chasing stars, understand? Si Wenchen had many female companions who were female stars before. As a deal, he also invested some money in them, but he was really not interested in chasing stars. In order to have a good relationship with the baby in the future, he decided that he had to chase after this star. Oh, by the way, when is your mother free? I didn't see her last time, which was quite rude. As a junior, I should take the initiative to ask her out. You want to see her? If you're not ready, don't force yourself. Let's talk about it later. They had just reconciled, and Si Wenchen did not want to cause any more conflicts. Whether I'm ready or not, she's your mother. Her attitude is there, and you have to face it sooner or later. I don't want to run away anymore. I've thought about it. In fact, many couples will face family pressure when they get married. It's just that our resistance is slightly greater. But there's no use running away. I don't have confidence in your father for now, so I'll start with your mother. If there are problems, I'll solve them one by one. I believe there will be a turn for the better. In fact, I can understand your mother's attitude towards me. The reason why I don't want to see her is because I mind Tang Tang. I'm also a narrow-minded person, and I can't stand him being your mother's daughter-in-law all day long. I'll be jealous. Her petty complaint made Si Wenqin's mood improve greatly. His eyebrows were raised and the corners of his eyes flashed with a smile. Silly, you're marrying me, not my mother. It's enough for me to recognize you. How can Tang Tang compare to you? Tisk. No matter what, she's your ex-girlfriend, which means that she used to be attractive to you. Don't talk as if there's nothing between you two. So, you're settling the score after the fall. I don't care if I settle the score before or after the fall. Anyway, I don't like her very much. Do as you see fit. Si Wenqin did not say anything. He hugged Shi Shujing and went to sleep. The next day, after setting a time with Yang Yizhou, he called Tang Tang. Tang Tang looked very surprised and excited. You're such a busy person. When did you think of me? I thought you even deleted my number. I'm meeting my mother for dinner tonight. Shi Shujing will be there too. Oh, his voice instantly became disappointed. So, if my mother asks you to come, you'll find an excuse to avoid it. Tang Tang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he finally agreed meekly. Okay, I got it. Si Wenqin's appointment was for dinner. Shi Shujing knew that Yang Yizhou preferred light Cantonese cuisine, so he made some preparations in this regard. He even made a video call with Gao Zhuqing for a long time about the clothes to wear. In the end, he chose a plain floral dress with a short suit, which was dignified but not too grand. Yang Yizhou arrived half an hour late. When she arrived, she also looked reluctant. Tang Tang came with her and said with a smile. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way. I'm a little late. I've kept you waiting. Shi Shujing was not happy in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He still greeted her warmly. Auntie, please sit here. Yang Yizhou ignored her hospitality and led Tang Tang to sit next to Si Wenqin. Si Wenqin glanced at Tang Tang. She shrugged, indicating that she was also very helpless. I didn't want to come to dinner today. It was Wenqin who persuaded me in every possible way. It's for my son. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Yang Yizhou was very blunt as soon as she spoke. Also, don't look at Tang Tang. I know you must have asked Wenqin to pressure her. She refused to come. I asked her to come. It was my idea. Don't have any opinions about her. Tang Tang is my daughter-in-law. Even if she and Wenqin are not married, she is still half my daughter. No one can replace this feeling. She defended Tang Tang every time and embarrassed Shi Shujing. But when Si Wenqin wanted to defend her, she pressed his hand under the table and signaled him not to speak. I was wrong before. It's natural for you to be angry with me. How about this, I'll use tea instead of wine to apologize to you. Shi Shujing said as he picked up the teacup. But Yang Yizhou snorted. If you have a little sincerity, don't use wine instead. If you don't apologize, then don't apologize. I don't want such a hypocritical apology. I don't drink. Really? But I saw that you had a good time drinking with your brother-in-law the other day. Now, why are you pretending to be gentle in front of me? Mom. Shujing really doesn't drink. I think it's not that she doesn't drink, but it depends on the person. If she thinks that I am not that important, then don't say that. Don't you think it's hypocritical? Sure, Jing thought that it should be okay to drink some red wine, so he said that. Then I'll drink red wine. Wenchen was quite worried, but she shook her head and mouthed that it was okay. Then she poured half a glass of red wine and drank it in one breath. But Yang Yizhou was still not satisfied. She felt that she was too pretentious, not straightforward, and too pretentious. She didn't like it when she pretended to be weak. Sure, Jing drank in a hurry and felt a little uncomfortable, but he held back and forced a smile. Wenqin said that you like light food, so I specially chose this Cantonese restaurant. The chicken here is very famous, and the soup is also good. The lean meat stewed with lychee candied jujube, and the spare ribs stewed with cordyceps and figs are very famous. Many people specially come here to drink the soup. Yang Yizhou said without giving face. I'm vegetarian today. The double mushroom braised rape, dinha vegetable, and shredded sweet potatoes taste very good. Chapter 223. In Sure Shujing's impression, Yang Yizhou was a cultured woman, but she was particularly mean today. She probably hated her to the core. You don't have to try so hard to please me, because it's useless. I'm a person who has a clear line between love and hate. If I like someone, I'll do whatever I want. If I don't like someone, whatever you do is wrong. The more you try to please me, the more I dislike you. Wenchen couldn't bear to listen to it anymore. Mom, can't we just have a proper meal? Why do you have to say all this? Why? Can't I say what I want to say? I know you will think that I'm making things difficult for her and that I'm unreasonable, but I also have a temper. No matter how you look at it, I just don't like her. Wenchen, you know that I love you, and you are a person who knows your limits, so I've always been at ease with you. Since you like her, I think she must have something worthy of your love. I've tried to find her good points, but I can't see anything. Yang Yizhou frowned and shook her head. I really don't know if you've been deceived by her tricks, or if men in love all have negative IQs. How could you like such a... Yang Yizhou didn't say some of the more unbearable words, but she was also a person who couldn't hide her temper. She didn't want to act, but she couldn't control her mouth. Anyway, I don't see any good points of her. All I see is her betrayal in marriage, her disrespect for her elders, her hypocrisy, and the more I look at her, the more I dislike her. No, to put it bluntly, I hate her from the bottom of my heart. She can't be compared with Tang Tang at all. Wenchen's face became tighter and tighter. Jing is Jing. She doesn't need to be compared with anyone. In my eyes, no one is better than her. You really... Yang Yizhou didn't know what to say. She wanted to pry open his head and see what was stuck on it. Why didn't he listen to her advice? I'm your mother. I have more life experience than you, and I'm better at judging people. I must have my reasons for saying that she's not good. What do you know? I don't understand. I don't understand. She's such a good girl. Why must she be twisted like this by you? I'm the one who likes her. I'm the one who pursued her. What did she do wrong? Her mistake is that she's not worthy of you. Whether it's her family background, character, or life experience, she's not worthy of you at all. That doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean that Jing. The two of them argued back and forth, and the smell of gunpowder became heavier and heavier. Yang Yizhou's face had already turned pale. Sure, Jing was worried that her heart couldn't bear such stimulation, so he hurriedly stopped Wenchen from continuing. Go and order the dishes first. Order a few vegetarian dishes. Wenchen didn't listen to her. His meaning was obvious. He didn't feel at ease leaving her alone, but it wasn't appropriate to take her away directly. After all, they were here to get Yang Yizhou's consent. They definitely didn't want to intensify the conflict. He had to consider from Shi Shujing's point of view. Hurry and go. I'll have a chat with Auntie. Si Wenchen hesitated for a while before getting up. He was also afraid he'd start an argument with Yang Yizhou. I'll go order. After he left, the situation didn't ease up by much. Yang Yizhou probably saw that Shi Shujing was isolated and helpless. He could only be bullied by her, so her attitude became even more impolite. I didn't come here today to give you a chance to curry favor with me. Don't be delusional and think that I'll change my opinion of you. If you still have a sliver of hope, then I'll clearly tell you that I'll never accept you. Don't even think about entering the Si family's doors. You're the most insensible woman I've ever met. Wenqin's father strongly opposed the two of you and I've always been against it. How can you still be so thick-skinned as to cling on to Wenqin? Do you really want him to go to the extent of being deserted by his own people for you? If it was any other girl with a bit of conscience, they would have backed off a long time ago. Shi Shujing was hesitant about whether he should use the child to fight for him, but Yang Yizhou spoke up. Even if you guys have a child, it'll be the same, let alone the fact that you're not married yet. I know his father's personality very well. If he doesn't accept you, then your child will be a bastard. He'd rather the Si family's bloodline be severed than have that child, so you guys won't stand a chance at all. This is the last time I'll speak to you so nicely. If there's a next time, I'll directly fall out with you. You're on your own now. Yang Yizhou left after saying what she needed to say and didn't even finish dinner. Even though her attitude was worse than Shi Shujing imagined, she didn't mind it too much. She was pregnant now and there were two of them, so she was twice as strong and her mental fortitude was stronger than before. Besides, she had Si Wenchen, so what was there to be afraid of? That night, Tang Tang called Si Wenchen, but he didn't pick up and didn't reply to her texts. The next day, she specially went to Ocean Group to explain to him, but the secretary said he was busy and wouldn't let her see him. She was very disappointed and could only leave. She even brought up the fact that she had breast cancer to gain sympathy, but she didn't expect his attitude to be so cruel to her. It really made her very sad. She went shopping in the mall and took a fancy to a bag in an international luxury brand store. It wasn't easy for Tang Tang's mood to improve a little, but the shop assistant said that this bag had already been reserved by a customer and wasn't for sale. Tang Tang talked to her for a long time, but she wasn't willing to sell it, so her mood worsened. Since it's not for sale, why did you put it out? I'm sorry, I made a mistake, but this has really been reserved by someone. There are only 3 in the world, so it's very difficult to buy. Then I like it now and must have it. What do you think I should do? There's no other way, you really can't sell it. Just as both parties were in a stalemate, a voice rang out. This bag, I'll take it. Tang Tang turned around and saw that it was Ceylon. When she and Si Wenchen were dating, both of them were in England, and Ceylon was in the country most of the time, so she only knew that he had an older sister, but she had never met her. The only time they met was when Ceylon came to England to visit him, and they had a hurried meeting. However, Ceylon's resolute and forceful attitude left a deep impression on her, so she remembered her immediately. Boss C. The female shop assistant bowed respectfully. This bag, I'll take it. But, this was reserved by Miss Liang, and there are only 3 in the world. Wrap it up for me, I'll call her and explain. After all, they were both from the Si family, and Ceylon and Si Wenchen were the same in their bones. Their personalities meant what they said, and it was very intimidating. The female shop assistant could only nod. Ceylon turned around and gave the bag to Tang Tang. Miss Tang, long time no see. Tang Tang was a little flattered. For me. This, you're too polite, aren't you? This gift is too expensive, I can't accept it. What heavy, it's just a bag. This style is suitable for you young people, it's not suitable for me to carry. Since you like it, then accept it. It's rare that we're so fated to meet here. Tang Tang was also a tactful person, so he nodded. Thank you. Since you've given me such a big gift, I'll treat you to coffee. Okay. Ceylon narrowed her eyes. Ceylon and Tang Tang chose the cafe downstairs, and Tang Tang was quite flattered. We only met briefly a few years ago. I didn't expect you to still remember me after so many years. This means that my first impression of you is very good. I can't remember unimportant people no matter how many times I see them. Ceylon sipped her coffee. Tang Tang looked very happy. It's only the second time we've met, and you're already giving me a bag. I'm a little embarrassed. Wenqin is my younger brother, and you guys are so close. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, we're fated to meet. I'm usually very busy and don't have time to visit these shops. Whenever I like a style, I'll ask someone to send it to my house. It's rare that I'm free today, and I've met you. What a coincidence. Tang Tang didn't really believe in fate, but Ceylon naturally had her reasons or goals for appearing, so she went along with what she said. Yes, it's really fate. You came back with Wenqin's mother, right? She really likes you and has long since decided that you're her daughter-in-law. Tang Tang smiled bitterly. What's the use of her decision? Wenqin doesn't like me. I can understand this feeling. It's probably like just now. You clearly like it, but it's taken by someone else. You must be very unhappy and want to snatch it back. Tang Tang could hear the hidden meaning in her words. He felt that Ceylon wanted to help him, so he purposely showed a bitter expression. What can I do? Right now, Wenqin loves Shi Shujing like a demon and doesn't see me at all. There's a way. To put it simply, as long as you work hard, there's hope. If you give up, there's no hope at all. It's not that I didn't work hard, but his mother was so against it, but he was still determined to be with Shi Shujing. What else can I do? Ideas are always thought of by humans. You guys don't have it, but maybe I do. Lan's lips curled. I thought that since you guys are so close, you'll help him. That's what I thought at the beginning, but now I realize that I shouldn't have indulged him so much. I really dote on my younger brother, so I should be more considerate of him. How can I watch him fall out with his family for a woman like that? My dad was so angry that he fell ill. Isn't his mother the same? Tang Tang rolled his eyes and complained. I really don't know what kind of drug Shi Shujing gave him. He doesn't even want his family anymore. So, we have to work together to stop him. Miss Tang, since we're so familiar with each other, I'd better call you Tang Tang. I just want to ask you, do you really want Wenqin to come back to you? Yes. Tang Tang nodded firmly. Good. But determination is not enough. You have to put it into action. You know, I'm definitely not a kind woman who can support the whole of Shangyang. So, I will definitely take some extreme measures, and I need your cooperation. If you are a soft-hearted person, then I don't think you can cooperate with me. So, the key is whether you are ruthless enough. After all, to achieve something big, you must be ruthless. Chapter 224. I already have a preliminary plan, but are you sure you want to join in? If you're hesitating, there's no need for me to tell you. Lan's words were filled with ruthlessness, and her eyes were filled with schemes. Clearly, it was dangerous to be on the same side as such a person. But just like the person in the story who was willing to sell his shadow to the devil for money, the desperate Tang Tang was also willing to sell himself. As long as I can get Wenqin back, I'm willing to do anything. Very good. Then, from now on, you'll have to listen to my arrangements. Ceylon smiled in satisfaction. In her hand, there was another chess piece. Tang Tang drove, listening to Yang Yizhou's endless complaints about how much she hated Shi Shujing. At the start, she would still agree, but after listening to it for a while, she started to feel annoyed. This was because Yang Yizhou was just saying it, but she had no way to stop Si Wenqin. Sooner or later, she would give in, and definitely wouldn't cut off her mother-son relationship for Shi Shujing. She was treating her well now, hanging her by a thread, just to use her as a puppet to stab Shi Shujing. Actually, if the two of them really broke up, Yang Yizhou might not force Si Wenqin to be with her. Once she was done using him, she would have no value. After all, humans are selfish. After considering all the factors, Tang Tang still decided to rely on Si Lan. She was a powerful woman, and she would do what she said. She definitely had a way. Thinking about Si Lan's plan, Tang Tang subconsciously checked his seatbelt, and then sneaked a glance at Yang Yizhou. She didn't have the habit of wearing a seatbelt, and if he didn't remind her, she would have forgotten about it. She quietly increased the speed of the car. At this moment, a car rushed out from the fork. Yang Yizhou screamed. "Turn quickly, there's a car!" Bang! In an instant, the two cars collided. Out of love for Shi Shujing and the baby, Si Wenqin didn't let her go to work at the company. Shi Shujing had nothing to do at home every day and was bored. Since she couldn't make an appointment with Gao Zhuqing, she could only go shopping alone and buy some maternity products. When he was almost done, he received a call from Si Wenqin. "Where?" "I'm shopping in the mall near your company. That building last time." "I'm coming now." Shi Shujing saw that it was still early. "You're not off work yet, right? Is it okay to skip work like this? The company is all mine. I can get off work whenever I want. What do you think?" Shi Shujing was amused. "You're so stubborn. My phone is out of battery, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the building in 15 minutes. All right." The man she loved took care of her meticulously, picking her up and picking her up. He really doted on her like a baby. Shi Shujing's heart was filled with sweetness. There was a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. That feeling was getting stronger and stronger, baby. Shi Shujing hugged her abdomen with her wet and cold hands. She was going to suffocate. If this goes on, the baby will die. "Someone save me. Help. Help." The devil in the darkness bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it was going to swallow her whole. Her body was being sucked in. No. No. When Si Wenqin left the company, he suddenly received an urgent document, which delayed him for 15 minutes. He called Shi Shujing, but her phone was switched off. He remembered that she said her phone was out of battery, so he didn't think too much about it. He parked the car outside the building, and after waiting for 5 minutes, he still didn't see her. He was a little worried. She was pregnant. What if something happened to her? Si Wenqin didn't wait for a moment and walked into the building. There was a group of people at the entrance of the elevator, saying that someone was trapped inside. As if he had a premonition, Si Wenqin felt that the person inside must be Shi Shujing. He squeezed through the crowd to the front and grabbed the manager. "How long has she been trapped? How long will it take for the elevator to be repaired?" Another 5 minutes, hurry up. "If anything happens to her, all of you will be buried with her." The technicians were frightened and hurriedly sped up their work. His phone rang. It was Tang Tang's number. Si Wenqin hung up and paced back and forth anxiously like a trapped beast. But after 2 seconds, it rang again. He was annoyed. "What are you doing?" he growled. "Wenqin, I am in the hospital now. Your mother, the elevator is open." Si Wenqin hung up the phone and rushed over. Shi Shujing was curled up in the corner of the elevator. His hair was wet and his body was soaked in sweat. He was so weak that he looked like a dying little beast. Shujing, he carried her. Shujing, are you okay? Shujing. Wake up. Shi Shujing's entire face seemed to have been drained of blood. It was as pale as a piece of paper. His face was covered in sweat, and his pale lips were trembling. Wenqin, then he fainted. At the hospital. Wenqin paced the corridor dozens of times. He kept blaming himself. How could he let Shi Shujing go shopping alone? If he had arrived earlier, she wouldn't have been trapped for so long. It was all his fault. If anything happened to her and the child, he would hate himself for the rest of his life. As soon as the doctor came out, Wenqin grabbed her and asked anxiously. How is she? He had already prepared for the worst. If the child was gone, it was enough as long as she was safe. However, he still strongly hoped that the child would be fine. He was so nervous that his whole body was trembling. Don't worry. The child and the adult are safe. Wenqin heaved a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had walked on the edge of life and death. Thank God, his breathing slowed down again. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of exhaustion. How is she now? She was frightened and has stabilized now. However, her body is weak and needs to be nursed for a period of time. She needs to be especially careful these 2 days. Okay. Thank you. Can I go in to see her? The doctor nodded. But don't disturb her rest. Wenqin's footsteps were very light as he walked to the bedside. Shi Shujing was already asleep, but her brows were tightly furrowed in her sleep, and her mouth was uneasily moaning. Don't, he carefully wiped her sweat and held her hand. It was difficult to describe the guilt he felt at the moment. Shujing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, his heart ached so much that it almost suffocated him. He did not take good care of her. That was why such an accident happened. Accident? No. Wenqin's intuition told him that this wasn't just an accident. He didn't believe in accidents, so it had to be man-made. He had to investigate this thoroughly and eliminate any hidden dangers that could cause harm to her. Coldness and ruthlessness filled Wenqin's eyes. It was gloomy. Tang had fastened his seatbelt, so it was only a slight scratch. Yang Yizhou's condition was more serious. She broke a rib and her right leg was fractured. There were many injuries on her body. As soon as she regained consciousness, she began to look for Wenqin. Tang looked like he was in a difficult position. Auntie, don't move. Be careful of your wound. Where is Wenqin? Is he outside? Tang pursed his lips. He didn't come. What? Yang Yizhou did not dare to believe it. I got into a car accident, but he didn't come. I called him, but he didn't listen to me and hung up. It seems that there is something wrong with Shi Shujing. Shi Shujing. Shi Shujing again. Yang Yizhou was completely furious. Previously, her son was biased towards Shi Shujing, so she tolerated it. But now, she got into a car accident and was so seriously injured. Yet, her son did not care and was even accompanying that woman. How could she not be angry? Could it be that as his mother, she could not be compared to an outsider? This son was Yang Yizhou's greatest pride. She had raised him alone, and it was easy to imagine how hard it had been. For the past 20 years, she had poured all of her heart and soul into him. She didn't want him to be unhappy, and she had never married anyone, so she had raised him herself. But in the end, he did not even care about his mother's life for a woman. Yang Yizhou was very disappointed and sad. Her heart was extremely unbalanced. But she could not really hate her son, so she transferred all her hatred to Shi Shujing. She hated her for taking her son away. Tang Tang comforted Yang Yizhou, but in his heart, he was secretly proud that he had achieved his goal. Chapter 225. The incident of being trapped in the elevator still left Shi Shujing with a lingering fear. Her mental state wasn't very good for 2 days in a row. Si Wenchen had been accompanying her and blamed himself many times. "All right, don't say such things anymore. No one can predict the unexpected. It's not your fault." Shi Shujing comforted him instead. "You can't possibly not go out in the future just to prevent accidents from happening, right? It's not that I don't want to go out, but I have to accompany you no matter where you go. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I know how to take care of myself. Moreover, you have a lot of things to do. How can you accompany me all the time?" However, when I was trapped in the elevator, I had some illusions. I saw a girl being pressed on the bed by a man. She was crying very miserably. My heart ached when I heard that. It was as if I knew them. Si Wenchen was a little nervous. His face tensed up. "Do you know who it was?" Shi Shujing shook her head. At that time, the light was too dim. I couldn't see clearly. I also saw 2 middle-aged men quarreling very intensely. One of them suddenly started foaming at the mouth. There was also a girl in the hospital. Thinking about it now, it was still very scary. Shi Shujing couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. "So scary, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale?" No, Si Wenchen forced himself to calm down. "I'm worried about you. When claustrophobia acts up, people will have some illusions. It might be something you see or hear on the television. It might not be real. But the feeling she gave me was very deep. I can feel her pain. It's as if that person is me. It's very clear. It's like I've experienced it before." Shi Shujing said anxiously and held his hand nervously. "Did something like that really happen before? It's just that I've forgotten about it. Relax, don't think too much." Si Wenchen held her shoulders and tried his best to comfort her. "Look into my eyes. It's okay. Calm down." His pupils were dark and deep, and there was a kind of calming power that gradually soothed Shi Shujing's anxiety. It was as if she had sunk into a swamp, and a hand had grabbed her and slowly dragged her out of the swamp. The panic gradually subsided, and she slowly woke up from the nightmare. He was still a little panicked, but it was too scary. Shi Shujing also instinctively wanted to escape. He didn't want to think about it, and he sighed. "Maybe it's just my own imagination. I was so scared that I might have let my imagination run wild." Yes. Pregnancy is usually more stressful. You must be worried about the baby, so your emotions are too tense. That's why you thought of so many things to scare yourself. Si Wenchen was also very worried now. The truth of a few years ago might be more complicated than he thought. She already had to face a lot of problems now. If she added the hurt in the past, she might not be able to bear it. Therefore, at least during this period of pregnancy, he couldn't let her remember those things. He had to protect her well. There was a text message on his phone. It was a report from his secretary. In order not to disturb Shi Shujing's rest, Si Wenchen had asked her to send him a text message if there was something important, so that the phone wouldn't disturb her. There was also a text message from Tang Tang. It was sent 2 days ago. At that time, Si Wenchen was upset and didn't look at it. Now, he took a look. Your mother had a car accident. She's in Kongping Hospital. Come quickly. She's in this hospital. Si Wenchen calmed his expression, but he still revealed a trace of worry. I have an urgent matter to deal with now. Have a good rest. I'll be back soon. What happened? Shi Shujing quickly grabbed his hand. Is it bad news? No, it's about the company. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Si Wenchen kissed her forehead and walked out of the ward. He quickened his pace and went to the 5th floor. As soon as he left, Tang Tang poked his head out of the corner and smiled strangely. Yang Yizhou was in a period of hatred and grief. It had been 2 days since the car accident. Si Wenchen didn't care about it, and she didn't call him in a fit of pique. Her resentment piled up day by day, and she hated Shi Shujing to the core. Mom, how are you? Si Wenchen rushed in. Yang Yizhou was agitated for a moment, and then she scolded angrily. What does it have to do with you? Don't you only have that Shi Shujing in your heart now? Will you care about my life or death? She had always been gentle to him, but at this moment, she was like a fighting cock. She was emotional and her voice was very sharp. Something happened to Shujing. This reason was tantamount to a fatal blow to Yang Yizhou. So when both of us had an accident at the same time, you chose that woman and didn't even care about your own mother? No, it was an emergency that day, and Tang Tang didn't say it clearly on the phone. You still blame Tang Tang. If it weren't for Tang Tang, I would have died long ago. She is not related to me, but she cares about me more than you, her son. Si Wenchen didn't know how to explain. How are you? None of your business. Yang Yizhou's eyes were red. Wenchen, I'm really disappointed in you. I know that many men abandon their mother when they have a wife, but I thought you wouldn't do that, because I raised you. You're my pride. Even if you get married and have children in the future, I should be the first. I gave you life, but how did you treat me? A son with a conscience would not even care about his mother's accident. I don't know, you don't know because your mind is all on Shi Shujing, and you don't care about me, his mother. The more Yang Yizhou said, the more her heart ached, and she cried. I don't want to make things difficult for you, but your way of doing things is too painful. You're not married yet, and you're already like this. When you get married in the future, I don't know how that Shi Shujing will treat me. I really can't stand it anymore. In short, in the future, there will be no me, and there will be no me. You choose. If you continue to be with her, I'll cut off our mother-son relationship. I mean it. This time, Yang Yizhou was determined to force Si Wenchen to make a choice. The situation was more serious than any previous times, forcing him into a dilemma. As soon as Si Wenchen left, Shi Shujing was still worried about him, and Tang Tang walked in. Shi Shujing certainly didn't think that Tang Tang came to visit him out of kindness, and Tang Tang didn't intend to pretend, so he asked directly. Where's Wenchen? Shi Shujing felt it was really funny when he heard that. Why are you asking about my boyfriend? I have something to talk to him about. Tang Tang said confidently. It wasn't the first time that they had a conflict. Shi Shujing wasn't afraid of Tang Tang at all, but he felt very uncomfortable when looking at her, as if he had swallowed a fly in his throat and couldn't spit it out. She admitted that Yang Yizhou's kindness to Tang Tang sometimes made her a little jealous, but the point was that Si Wenchen loved her, so it was useless. He's my boyfriend. Is he someone you can find just because you say so? You should get it straight. You've already ended it. Don't have any unrealistic expectations. Wenchen told me very clearly that he didn't have much feelings for you before, and now he doesn't like it even more. You pestering him like this makes him very annoyed. That's enough. Tang Tang interrupted her impatiently. He was annoyed when he heard her voice. Don't think that Wenchen is deceived by you temporarily, and you're his spokesperson. You're not qualified to speak for him. You think that you're not wrong, but in fact, you're an extremely selfish person. You only think for yourself. Dominate Wen-Chin, make him fall out with his family because of you, make him isolated. That way, he will belong to you completely, but have you ever thought about it for him? Will he be happy if he betrays his own family? Do you know why I'm looking for him? His mother had a car accident, but he ignored her. It's all because of you. Shi Shujing was a little nervous. His mother had a car accident? When did it happen? How is he now? Don't pretend. You can't wait for his mother to die, so you can have him all to yourself. He used to be a very filial son and had a good relationship with his parents. But now, because of you, he seems to have changed into a different person. He doesn't care about anything. If you really love someone, you can't be as selfish as you. You have to think more for the other party. But you don't care about anything. You rely on his love for you and think that your relationship is great, as if it's others who maliciously destroy your relationship. But in the end, you will use your so-called love to harm him. A love that is deserted by everyone will not be happy. You won't be able to hold on for long. In the ward, Yang Yizhou insisted on an answer. It was definitely not something that Si Wen-Chin could persuade with his previous words. After a long time, he slowly said, "Mom, you know that I can't give up on Shujing. Mom, you know I can't give up on Shujing. Even if I have to give up my life, I can't give up on her." Yang Yizhou's pupils suddenly shrank. She was very hurt. "So, you'd rather cut off your mother-son relationship with me? I can't give up on any of you. Moreover, it's not just Shujing. She's pregnant." All of a sudden, he threw a heavy bomb at Yang Yizhou. She was so shocked that her whole face stiffened. It took her a long time to recover. Pregnant? Even if she's pregnant, it might not be your child. It might be her ex-husband, don't insult her. Si Wen-Chin interrupted her. I'm her only man. How do you know? Now that the hospital can perform surgery, what can that membrane prove? In short, the child in Shujing's belly must be mine. I have no doubt about this. If you doubt it, you can do a DNA test after she's born. The child she's pregnant with is also your grandson. Can't you accept Shujing for his sake? After a short moment of hesitation, Yang Yizhou said resolutely. Impossible. Even if I'm soft-hearted and agree, your father will not accept it. It's not like you don't know how cruel he is. Not long after I was pregnant with you, he forced me to do a test. He thought it was a girl and wanted me to abort you. No matter how I begged him, it was useless. At the last test, the doctor changed his words and said you were a boy. Only then did he agree to keep you. He doesn't care about blood relations. That child can't be kept. I know, so I don't intend to tell him for the time being. I'm telling you because you've worked hard to raise me. I believe that my mother is a kind person with flesh and blood. But don't think that I'll use the same method on Shi Shujing. No matter what you say, it's impossible for me to accept her. Just give up. Chapter 226. Tang Tang walked in. Auntie, I heard that Wen-Chin has been here. Auntie? Yang Yizhou came back to her senses in a daze. Her face was gloomy and her eyes were blank. What did you say? The nurse said that Wen-Chin has been here. He came and left. Auntie, is there something on your mind? Did Wen-Chin quarrel with you? Yang Yizhou had never been able to hide her words, especially when she was in a dilemma. She hesitated for a moment before saying. They didn't argue, but he told me that Shi Shujing is pregnant. That day, when she saw that Shi Shujing refused to drink, Tang Tang had more or less guessed it. However, this news was still a huge blow to her. One Shi Shujing was already hard for Si Wenqin to part with. Now that there was a child, it was even more impossible for him to leave her. This was definitely not good for her. In front of Yang Yizhou, Tang Tang would definitely not curse Shi Shujing. She still looked gentle on the surface. What do you say then? At that time, I only cared about being angry with him. I insisted that they break up and even forced him to choose between the two. But now, you've softened your heart, haven't you? Tang Tang knew that Yang Yizhou was not Ceylon. She was a woman who was easily soft-hearted and loved her son very much. This was also why she chose to cooperate with Ceylon and did not hesitate to create a car accident to injure Yang Yizhou. I feel sorry for him when I see him in such a difficult situation. Besides, the child is Wenqin's flesh and blood. No matter how much I hate Shi Shujing, the child is innocent. If I insist on him having an abortion, it would be too cruel. Tell me, what should I do? This is your family matter. As an outsider, it's not appropriate for me to say anything. Tang Tang took a step back in order to advance. Sure enough, Yang Yizhou grabbed her hand and continued speaking. I've never treated you as an outsider. My mind is in a mess. You must be more clear-headed than me. Tell me, I'll listen to you. In my opinion, on this matter, no matter from your point of view or from Wenqin's point of view, you must not be soft-hearted. You and Uncle are not unreasonable people. If Shi Shujing was a good girl, Wenqin would not have quarreled with his family like this. Look, he already has her without you. What will happen after the child is born? Do you still have a place in Wenqin's heart? Besides, he will definitely regret marrying such a selfish woman. At this critical juncture, you must not relent. You must oppose him to the end. Let's talk about the child. If Shi Shujing is pregnant right after his divorce, people will definitely talk about this child and say that she had it with her ex-husband. Even if it really is Wenqin's child, how can he show the paternity test report to everyone? Wenqin is such a proud person, how can he endure such humiliation? Yang Yizhou nodded hard. She put her son first in everything. What you said makes sense. I can't let Wenqin be ashamed. But if he insists on choosing her, what can I do? Wenqin is not so heartless now, but I don't know in the future. So, at this stage, you must not relent. Don't worry, I will help you. Yang Yizhou was originally at a loss. After hearing what Tang Tang said, she was completely convinced. Good. It's up to you. Tang Tang couldn't wait to tell Ceylon the news. After taking care of Yang Yizhou to sleep, he wanted to inform her immediately. Moreover, it was not enough to call her. He went to Shangyang to find her in person. Although Ceylon met him, her face was still gloomy. Didn't I tell you not to go to Shangyang? The relationship between you and me can't be known by a third party. Shi Shujing is pregnant. Tang Tang ignored her censure and said eagerly, waiting for Ceylon's shocked face, but her reaction was very calm. I knew it a long time ago. You knew? Yes. To be precise, I knew it earlier than she did. Ceylon lit a cigarette and smoked leisurely. Her facial features were like Sibo Hong's, cold and hard, but at this moment, her eyes revealed a bit of shrewdness. Knowing that Shi Shujing went to work at Ocean Group, she arranged for Chenru to be by her side. Sure enough, Chenru soon found out an important piece of news. That was, Shi Shujing was pregnant, and that woman was also very smart. She knew to change the pregnancy test. However, it was only delayed for a few days before Si Wenqin learned of this news. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? What's the use of telling you? Do you have a way to get rid of the child? At least I'm mentally prepared. You just need to listen to my arrangements. You don't need to be mentally prepared. Tang Tang was very anxious. Then what should we do now? Look at you, you can't hold it in. What should we do? What else can we do? Of course, find a way to get rid of that child. Get rid of. Tang Tang couldn't bear to do it. After all, as a woman, she felt that it was too cruel. Ceylon, however, had a cold expression, as if she wasn't talking about a small life, but something else. She pinched her brows and flicked the cigarette ash away with her fingers. I've said before, you have to be ruthless when you cooperate with me. If you can't bear to do it now, when that bastard is born, he will suppress you instead. Do you want to leave that hidden danger behind? Tang Tang shook her head. Isn't that it? The rule of this society is that you'd rather be cruel to others and eliminate the root of the problem than give your opponent a chance to be cruel to you. Do you understand? Yes. Then what's your plan? I've already thought about it. It's about time. When the time comes, you have to cooperate with me. Okay. Remember, a soft-hearted person won't be able to achieve great things. If you want Wenqin to return to your side, you have to get rid of Shi Shujing at all costs. Only by being ruthless can you win. After Si Wenqin left Yang Yizhou's ward, he smoked a cigarette in the corridor. He had made up his mind to quit smoking, so he didn't bring any with him. He asked for one from someone. It was hard to smoke, and his mouth was filled with bitterness. Not only did low-quality nicotine not soothe his nerves, it even stung his nerves. Halfway through the cigarette, he put it out. His phone rang. Si Wenqin's gaze darkened. CEO, I've already investigated. When Miss Shi got into trouble that day, someone did something to the elevator. However, the surveillance cameras didn't capture the person's face. They only captured a blurry silhouette, and we couldn't tell who it was. Just as he had expected, it wasn't an accident, but someone else. Based on Si Wenqin's intuition, after the previous warning, Su Zhixin didn't have the guts to do this. Could it be? In the ultrasound room, the shape of the fetus was displayed on the screen. Su Zhixin stared at the screen. Her heart was filled with nervousness and anticipation. This was the first time she had a prenatal checkup since she was 3 months pregnant. It was also the first time she saw the appearance of her baby. She was very excited. No matter how strong or vicious a woman was, she would love her child deeply. Mother and child were connected by heart. At this moment, Su Zhixin's heart was also filled with the joy of becoming a mother for the first time. It's 3 months pregnant. The size of the fetus is still very small, but we can already see its hands and feet. And this, the knee, the heel. I can't tell the gender for now, but the fetus is very healthy. The female doctor patiently pointed it out to her. Su Zhixin was so excited that her eyes were wet. She grabbed Qin Baiyuan's hand tightly. Did you see it? Our baby is so cute. Qin Baiyuan's reaction was the complete opposite of hers. He didn't even want to look at it. He frowned impatiently. Qin Baiyuan, did you see it? Yes. He grunted irritably in response. Are you done? I still have things to do. He wasn't a cold-blooded man. He also knew that the child was innocent, but he had no feelings for it at all. He didn't want it at all. The child grew up day by day. It was like a cancer growing in his heart. Sometimes, when he was ruthless, he wished that Su Zhixin could have an accidental abortion. Anyway, even if she gave birth, she would have to suffer for the rest of her life. It was better to have an abortion. It was a relief for everyone. What's more important than the baby? I didn't want to come. You forced me to come. Su Zhixin was so angry. The divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau had caused a sensation in the city. The two of them had also become the focus of the news. Therefore, she didn't dare to go to the hospital directly. She specially asked a friend to give her a checkup. His words made her lose face in front of her friend. How could she not be angry? The female doctor friend also felt embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. You are now in the 3rd month. It is the most intense stage of pregnancy reaction. You have to eat less and eat more often. Choose food that is easy to digest. Relax a little. You will be much better after this stage. In addition, you have to insist on abdominal massage to reduce stretch marks. Try to face the computer less. When you use electrical appliances, you have to wear anti-radiation clothes. Maintain at least an hour of outdoor activities every day. Today is your first systematic prenatal checkup. I will help you set up a maternity health card. In the future, you will have regular checkups. Su Jixian forced a smile. Thank you. She glared at Qin Baiyuan sadly. After the health card was set up, Qin Baiyuan couldn't wait to leave. Su Jixian couldn't keep up with his footsteps. She chased after him until her stomach hurt. She tried her best to catch up with him, grabbed him, and questioned fiercely. What's with your attitude? What attitude? Qin Baiyuan was even more disgusted with her. He looked at her as if he was looking at a disgusting cockroach. I didn't want to come. You forced me to come. What attitude do you want me to use to treat you? The child in my belly is also yours. What's wrong with asking you to come together? Shouldn't you be responsible as a father? If it weren't for your dirty tricks, would I have been pregnant? The one in your belly was stolen by you. It has nothing to do with me. Don't expect me to treat it well. Su Jixian's heart was in so much pain that she was about to die. After the two of them had an intense argument last time, her temper had been much more restrained. Occasionally, she would lower her stance to please Qin Baiyuan, hoping that he would slowly accept her for the sake of the child and change his attitude. But from the looks of it now, it was impossible. Pregnant women were sensitive. In addition, Su Jixian had a stomach full of anger. At this moment, she couldn't control her temper and burst out. She was so angry that she shouted in the corridor. What are you shouting for? Don't you feel ashamed? If there's anything, we can talk about it when we go back. Many people were watching. Qin Baiyuan couldn't afford to lose face, so he directly grabbed her, but Su Jixian desperately broke away from his hand. Chapter 227. Alright, stop fooling around. Come back with me. I'm not leaving. Tell me clearly, do you not want this child? Su Jixian was very stubborn and made a big fuss like a fighting cock. Qin Baiyuan could not stand the provocation and replied angrily. I just don't want it. If you want to save your face, go and beat it now. You're so cruel. This is your flesh and blood, and you beat it as you please. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Baiyuan saw someone taking pictures of him with a phone and rushed forward to snatch it away. He threw it on the ground and shouted angrily. What are you taking pictures of? Get lost. That person did not dare to say anything. He picked up the phone fragments and ran away. If you want to make a scene here, you can go crazy by yourself. Don't go. No matter how hard Su Jixian tried to drag him, Qin Baiyuan ignored her. He slammed her against the wall, pried her fingers open and left angrily without looking back. Su Jixian sat on the ground and cried, looking like an abandoned wife. She cried miserably and the passers-by pointed at her. After a while, they had seen enough and left, leaving her to cry alone. Are you okay? A voice sounded above her head. Su Jixian raised her head and looked at her with tears in her eyes. She handed her a packet of tissues, but she pushed it away. She stood up with the support of the wall, but her legs gave way and she almost fell down. The man quickly helped her up. Be careful. It's none of your business. Su Zhixian pushed her away. I'm here to help you. I don't know you. That person laughed. You've already sent someone to investigate my identity. Why do you pretend not to know me? Su Zhixian stopped in her tracks and wiped away her tears. What do you want? Since we have a common goal, why don't we find a place to sit down and have a good talk? Su Zhixian got into her car. Where are you taking me? It doesn't matter where we go. What matters is what I'm going to say next. Tang Tang leaned over and fastened her seatbelt. I had a car accident 2 days ago. Fortunately, I wore a seatbelt. You are pregnant, so you should pay more attention to safety. I think you also know about the car accident. Su Zhixian did not say anything. She had sent someone to investigate Tang Tang. To be precise, they had been following her. Because she had wanted to rope her in. You spent so much effort to cooperate with me, right? You're just afraid that Wenchen will harm you, so you don't dare to take action for now. Since you're not looking for me, I'll take the initiative to look for you. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can work together. I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Su Zhixian ignored her and looked very arrogant. Although she was very anxious, she intuitively felt that Tang Tang was a powerful woman, so she didn't want to appear too impatient. In the end, she was used by her. Since you don't choose, then listen to the bad news first. The bad news is that Shi Shujing is pregnant. Don't worry, it's Wenchen's, not your husband's. Su Zhixian was extremely jealous. She hated that all the good things happened to Shi Shujing. Shi Shujing, that bitch's child, was loved, but the child in her belly was disliked and hated by his biological father. The strong contrast made her extremely psychologically unbalanced. A strong sense of sadness enveloped her heart, and it continued to ferment, gradually turning into hatred. But she said, "Why are you telling me this? Since it's not Qin Bai Yuan's, what does it have to do with me? You hate her, don't you? Are you willing to watch her give birth to the child? Why would I not be willing? That's something you should be unwilling to do. You like Mr. C so much. But he doesn't like you, and he is very tired of you." Tang Tang was stabbed in the ribs, and her face was a little ugly, but she endured it. She should save her strength to deal with Shi Shujing, and there was no need to quarrel with Su Zhixian. I'm very unwilling, but are you willing as well? We're both women, and the man we both love was snatched away by Shi Shujing. So I understand your pain, and I'm sure you can empathize with me. Tang Tang tried to use these words to close the distance between them, and achieve the purpose of sharing a common enemy, but it was useless to Su Zhixian. Although she was impulsive, she was not stupid to the extent that she was willing to be used by others in a few words, so she did not agree. As for the good news, although Wenchen and your husband are bewitched by Shi Shujing, there are also people who want her dead, so we are not fighting alone, and there is a powerful person who will help us. Who? As for who, you don't need to ask, just know that we have a powerful ally. Su Zhixian rolled her eyes, and she hated her pretentious look. You even refuse to tell me who it is, how can I rest assured to cooperate with you? Shi Shujing is already a thing of the past, why should I deal with her? Don't you have anything to do? Tang Tang raised the corner of her mouth. Ask yourself, do you think that they are really in the past? Just now in public, Qin Baiyuan scolded you like that, wasn't it all because of Shi Shujing? All your suffering now is caused by her, don't you hate her? Let me tell you, only when she is dead, will Qin Baiyuan's heart slowly belong to you. I hate her, but I don't want to be your gun. Ha! I used you as a gun, didn't you do the same? It is mutually beneficial, why do you care so much? The most important thing is that the enemy of my enemy is your friend. You can't fight against Shi Shujing alone, but with the strength of our side, there is a great chance. Do as you see fit. Tang Tang did not say anything more. After a long time, when they were about to get off the car, Su Zhixian said, I can cooperate with you, but if I find out that you are playing tricks on me, I will drag you to hell. I can cooperate with you, but if I find out that you are playing tricks on me, I will drag you to hell with me. You are so smart, who can play tricks on you? Tang Tang flattered, and Su Zhixian also enjoyed it very much, and snorted proudly. Good that you know. That arrogant face, in Tang Tang's eyes, was a complete idiot. If they wanted to do something big together, there must be a scapegoat, and she, Su Zhixian, was that scapegoat. After getting rid of Su Zhixian, Qin Baiyuan did not leave the hospital, but found a place to smoke. He used to hate smoking, even if he smelled others smoking, he would stop them. But now that he was infected with this habit, his addiction to smoking became stronger. In fact, the taste was very bitter, but when he was upset, he habitually wanted to smoke. At the peak of his smoking, he could smoke 2 packs a day. Sometimes, he would feel a strong discomfort in his lungs, and he would be out of breath when lying on his back. 2 nurses walked towards him, chatting in high spirits. Did you see it clearly? Is that really Shi Shujing? The previous young mistress of Blue Sky, Shi Shujing. Yes. I have repeatedly compared the video, and it is her. But that Mr. C is very cautious, so the doctors and nurses specially arranged for me to take pictures, and I can't take pictures. How come I don't see Mr. C? Isn't he very handsome? Super handsome, the very manly kind. Sigh. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, he has shocked my 3 views, and my heart is about to melt. Aren't those male models from Italy and Brazil very handsome? Yes. Compared to him, they are trash. He is too cool. The nurse cupped her heart and showed an intoxicated expression. What about Shi Shujing? Is he the same in real life as on TV? How does he look without makeup? Is he ugly? I only took a quick glance through the crack of the door. I think he is just like that. His skin is quite good, fair and clean, but his facial features are not very prominent. He is the kind of person that would not be noticed in a crowd. In short, he is not good enough for Mr. C. I really don't know what kind of dog sh*t luck he has. Qin Baiyuan was standing in the dark, so they did not notice him. They walked past him, but he heard their words clearly. When it was related to Shi Shujing, he became very sensitive. The 2 women chattered incessantly, and their voices were really annoying. They even said that Shi Shujing is very ordinary. Won't take a second look. It was clearly the jealousy of women. His Shi Shujing was obviously very beautiful. His Shi Shujing, haha, was not his for a long time. Qin Baiyuan laughed self-deprecatingly and desolately. In the dim light, the unspeakable bitterness of that smile should not appear on his handsome face. It was very painful. Wait. She is in the hospital? Did something happen to her? But Qin Baiyuan did not think so. Whether he admitted it or not, Mr. C was a very powerful man, and he loved Shi Shujing so much. He would definitely not let anything happen to her. Qin Baiyuan could not stop thinking about this. The more he smoked, the more annoyed he felt. He threw the cigarette butt away and stepped on it. But after walking for a while, he still could not stop worrying. He asked the hospital director for Shi Shujing's ward number and went to look for her. When he arrived, Shi Shujing was sitting at the head of the bed in a daze. Her hair was scattered over her shoulders, and her clean and delicate little face made people feel pity for her. Her facial features were slightly wrinkled, as if she was troubled by something. Didn't she already get together with Mr. C as she wished? What else would she be troubled about? Could it be that she was unhappy? He was willing to let go because he did not want to hinder her happiness. But if she was not happy, then he should snatch her back. Forget it, Qin Baiyuan. Another voice said in his ear. Your own life is a mess, and you are controlled by Su Jixin. What right do you have to give her happiness? She can be with any man in this world, and it will be better than you. This kind of extreme worry, but also helpless feeling, tortured Qin Baiyuan. He mocked himself for overestimating himself. He was clearly in deep trouble, but he still wanted to save her. What a joke. He really missed her, but the person he was most afraid of seeing was her. He was a coward. Qin Baiyuan lost his courage. He wanted to quietly leave, but Shi Shujing was one step ahead of him. Qin Baiyuan. He stopped walking. His face was a bit unnatural. He held the door with one hand and stood there. He did not know if he should go forward or retreat. It was as if he did not know how to react. I was just passing by. Shi Shujing did not expose him. Flozan City was so big. How could there be so many coincidences? Come in. Is it convenient? Will I disturb you? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.